Chapter 694. Tang Tian suddenly turned and stared at her angrily. You. He did not forget his companions even when he was unconscious. He cannot be that bad. The old lady spoke with sincerity. You must remember this. People who value benefits will use money to buy people, and people who value friendship will use friendship to bind them. He might not be willing, but as a responsible person, he will naturally not act recklessly. If you want people to work for you, you cannot blindly use force. You must understand what he wants. There is no energy in the air. Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he raised his head and said resolutely, "What do I need to do?" Tang Tian immediately reacted. Not only was he unable to summon the null flames, even the light door that had never had any problems before was in trouble. The light door was dim, close to nothingness, but no matter how he chanted, the dim light door did not have any changes. Your rashness will only cause their deaths. The old lady remained expressionless. As long as you walk out of the Shui family, you will be a fugitive slave, and will be wanted by the entire Sin domain. If anything happens to the Shui family, the Sin domain will re-evaluate the safety of these slaves, and at that time, what awaits your companions will not just be manual labor. Manual labor, the old lady said indifferently. The Sin domain is lacking in manpower, so you do not have to worry. Their lives will definitely not be in danger. If they are not obedient, they will at most be manual labor. I spent 200,000 to buy you. The old lady said indifferently. If you can take out 20,000 to redeem yourself, you can leave. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. His anxious heart gradually calmed down, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was clear and bright. The old lady remained expressionless. You value friendship, I admire that. As long as you do your job well, I can help you find out where your companions are. The Sin domain is not big, but it is not small either, so it will be much easier for the Shui family to find out information. This old lady will promise you, if you achieve great merits for the Shui family, I will give you freedom. If your merits are big enough, I can step out and help you redeem your companions. Although my Shui family is not a big family in the Sin domain, but everyone will give me face. The old lady saw his unsightly expression and immediately understood that he had more than 300 companions. She said, if you have other companions, they must have been washed to other cities. Every year, there would be a Sin tide in the Blue Sea, and every year, many blue dwarfs would be washed up. All the big families would go to the beach to pick up the blue dwarfs. He needed to take the initiative to integrate and familiarize himself with the Sin domain. He needed to think of ways to recover his strength, and only by doing that, could he find an opportunity. Tang Tian had encountered many dangers and troubles, but none of them could compare to this. The unprecedented predicament did not discourage Tang Tian. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Who are you? What is this place? Where are my companions? Tang Tian did not let down his guard. Tang Tian touched the stone bed and dug out some wood from the edge of the table. He ground it into powder with his fingers and felt it slowly. This meant that he had completely lost contact with everyone. The old lady said indifferently, in Sin domain, people are the most precious resource. Where was this? The old lady's words were not a reminder, but more of a warning. But regardless of whether it was true or false, one thing was for sure, and that was not to act blindly without thinking. It concerned everyone's lives, and Tang Tian did not dare to act recklessly. Ming Zhu blurted out, an army. The old lady laughed. This old lady will arrange things for you to do. Rest well first. 200,000 gold. Servants. Where are the others? Upon making the decision, Tang Tian did not hesitate. Why do you want to pick up the blue dwarfs? Tang Tian asked. The green-robed young lady was filled with admiration. Old lady is truly powerful. With just a few words, you managed to subdue him. You removed the needles from his body. Ming Zhu was frightened, and was afraid that he would wake up and hurt us. Tang Tian did not understand, and asked, why? The old lady did not even bat an eyelid. It is good that you are loyal, but do not overestimate yourself. You were bought by the Shui family, and are now their servant. Do your servant's job well, and that is your duty. This is definitely not the sacred Saint Galaxy. That's right, an army. I think that he is not an ordinary soldier. If not, he would not have such a strong sense of responsibility. The old lady laughed. I initially saw that his muscles and bones were sturdy, and thought that the children he would give birth to would definitely be outstanding. My Shui family does not have any males, and all of you girls are of childbearing age, and need to consider such matters. If not, why would I spend 200,000 gold to buy a servant? Damn it. Tang Tian calmed down. With his rich battle experience, he knew that if the other party had any enmity towards him, they would definitely not make a sound. He had to first find out where he was. Purple Cuckoo City, Sin Domain, these two names were foreign to Tang Tian, and he did not even know which continent he was in. When Tang Tian opened his eyes again, he realized that he was lying on the bed. Upon thinking about everyone's whereabouts, he became extremely anxious, but he had no choice but to suppress the anxiety in his heart, because he knew that it would not help. Rationality triumphed over emotion, which was rarely seen in Tang Tian. The two of them left Tang Tian's residence and returned to the inner courtyard. Tang Tian decided to leave. I am not sure at the moment, but there are rumors coming from other cities, that there are a few thousand of them. Ming Zhu immediately reported. A few thousand. The old lady's face became gloomy, and muttered to herself, these are troubled times, seems like the Sin domain is not peaceful. Old lady, are you saying that there is a problem with their origins? Ming Zhu's face changed. Ming Zhu's expression became gloomy. Tilda, this is not the sacred Saint Galaxy. Tilda, my body has recovered. What is my job now? An old lady dressed in brown sat on a chair not far away. She had a walking stick in one hand and a teacup in the other, calmly drinking tea. Beside the old lady was a green-dressed young lady with a ponytail. Her clear black eyes were curiously sizing up Tang Tian. Ming Zhu thought for a moment, then replied respectfully, Ming Zhu will remember this. Tang Tian's face was flushed red, his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He was extremely furious. I am not too sure about the specifics. The old lady shook her head. Purple Cuckoo City picked up a total of 300 people this time, and was split cleanly by a few families. I never thought that there would be two fish that slipped through the net. One is you, the other is a young lady. The young lady was bought by little Da Lin, and you were bought by my Shui family. The bed was made of stone, the bedding was simple, but very clean. Tang Tian was in a daze, as though he had returned to Starwind City. After so many years of training and battles, the young man was still as innocent as before, but he had a bit of toughness after being tempered. In the past, the Sin tide would always rush up with blue dwarfs, but this time, it is humans. It shows that they are going deep into the blue sea. The old lady said, if they are exploring the blue sea, then there are too many of them. I am afraid that they are looking for something in the blue sea. From what he said, these few thousand people are his companions, and if they are a group, what would you think of? Sin domain? Tang Tian was dumbstruck, but after a moment, his eyes regained clarity. He shook his head firmly. I am sorry, I do not have the money. I will definitely return the 200,000 to you, but now, I need to save my companions. You don't have to worry about your companions. An old lady's voice caused Tang Tian to quiver. His face changed, he did not sense anyone around him at all. The old lady's voice came out from behind, you will not be able to leave. In Sin domain, escaping slaves is a capital offense. Slaves secretly forming alliances to escape is a capital offense. No matter how strong you are unable to go against the entire Sin domain. As long as your matter is exposed, you will not be able to save them in time, and they will be executed. The old lady retracted her smile and sighed. From the looks of it, this child's character is stubborn, and cannot be forced. But, he has just arrived in Sin domain, and his edges are still hard. After a period of time, his edges will be ground away. At that time, no matter how ambitious he is, he will be completely exhausted, and only then can he truly assimilate into Sin domain. I was thinking too much less an army. Even if there are a few armies, what can they do in this land of death? They will slowly grind away. Ming Zhu never thought that the old lady would have such a plan, and immediately blushed red, unable to speak for a long time. Tilda, what should I do? Tilda Tang Tian's face was pale white. He muttered to himself, only 300 people. This is the Purple Cuckoo City's Shui family. This old lady is the patriarch. The old lady had an amiable expression. She placed the teacup in her hand down, a look of praise flashing past her eyes. to think of your companions while unconscious, you are a good young man who values comradeship. You don't have to worry too much, although your companions will suffer, but their lives will not be in danger. In Sin Domain, no one will waste manpower. He had lost contact with the rear, was penniless, was in an unfamiliar environment, his own strength was damaged, his surroundings were in darkness, he did not have any information, and many of his companions were in danger. He forced himself to calm down. He did not want to think about the effects of encountering the storm, because it was useless. Regret and vexation were useless at such a time. His only thought was to find everyone as soon as possible. Tang Tian was extremely confident in his heart, because none of the materials had any energy. This was something unimaginable in the sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road. The air was filled with energy, causing everything to be filled with energy. The soil, rocks, water, all of them contained energy. It was just a matter of quantity. Tang Tian opened his eyes, his face extremely ugly. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing a place without energy. No matter how thin it was, like Lupu's constellation, he could still clearly feel the energy in the air. There was no need to talk about the sacred Saint Galaxy. The energy in the air was extremely dense. He looked around curiously. The house was extremely simple, with only a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. The bed was made of stone, the table and chairs were made from an unknown wood. The craftsmanship was extremely simple and crude. I want to find them. Tang Tian stood up without hesitation. When Tang Tian placed his attention on his surroundings, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The old lady suddenly asked, "Have you investigated the gains of the various families?" "Servants." Tang Tian was startled. He immediately went to find the old lady. He fiercely punched the side of the bed. In a daze, Tang Tian thought of the others, and straightened his back and sat up. In just a few short sentences, Tang Tian had heard of the name twice, but he had never heard of such a place before. But he did not have the mood to care about that, and immediately asked, "May I ask, do you know where my companions are?" Chapter 695. In that moment, he finally knew that he had found the path that belonged to a true strong martial artist. The manufacturing process of the golden steel threads was extremely complicated, thus it was extremely expensive. The warehouse where the golden steel threads were stored became a place frequented by thieves, and were frequently robbed. From the start, the Shui family had more yin than yang, and 20 years ago, the situation became even more extreme. All the babies that were born were females, and from then on, the strange phenomenon became the law of the Shui family, and not a single male was born. The robberies did not stop, and the Shui family also tacitly agreed to it, and did not mention it. The honorable martial continent's process of devouring the entire western region lasted for a few hundred years, and went through the entire process of their rise. The rise of the honorable martial continent was a history of blood and tears for the various continents in the western region. The various continents in the western region, big and small, were all secretly instigated by the honorable martial continent, fought and annexed. Very quickly, the higher-ups of the honorable martial continent faced a thorny problem, and that was the captives. The various continents' royal families and influential officials filled up the honorable martial continent's prisons. The honorable martial continent was extremely cautious of them. The declining royal families harbored hatred in their hearts. They were exiled, and if they were to rise from the ashes, it would be troublesome. But the honorable martial continent did not dare to kill them all. The royal families and aristocratic families were extremely large, and the bloody massacre would only cause the various continents in the western region to become even more united, and fight against the honorable martial continent. So the first task that Tang Tian received was to guard the warehouse. To others, it was a difficult task, but to Tang Tian, it was exactly what he wanted. The space was named the Sin Domain, and became the place where the royal families and aristocrats were exiled. It was because of this unique business that the Shui family was able to stand tall. Isn't this the best place to train in the zero-energy body? It was a completely different feeling. All of the movements that he had practiced countless of times were extremely simple, but now, even the last layer of brilliance had been stripped away. Many times, the things that you feel that you are not familiar with, when you are forced to do it, you will realize that you are not that bad at it. Tang Tian immersed himself in it. All of the movements that had already become instinctive started to change. Like a withered tree branch, producing a tender and green sprout that was brimming with vitality. All of the frozen images around him seemed to have come alive. The minute fist and leg images started to move. One of the elders suddenly thought of the space where energy could not exist. It was simply the most perfect natural cage. The Sin domain was truly not in the sacred Saint Galaxy. At this moment, Tang Tian sensed something. That was because the people who were exiled were the upper echelons of the various continents. They had received excellent education, and those who only knew how to eat, drink, and play had long since been eliminated. What was left were all determined and talented people. They continued to experiment and explore, using the martial techniques and knowledge that they were familiar with in the Sin domain. This was the metamorphosis he had always dreamed of. He had finally glimpsed the power of a higher realm. From this point of view, he came later than others. For example, Jing Hao had comprehended the sword will long ago. Tang Tian relied more on his valiant and peerless body, as well as his endless methods to defeat his opponents. His comprehension of power was far behind the others. After hundreds of years, the majority of the Sin domain people were born in the Sin domain. Babies born in the Sin domain did not have any energy in their bodies, and thus they were more adapted to the Sin domain. With a wave of his fist, Tang Tian had a strange feeling. He stopped moving, the frozen images around him did not dissipate, he closed his eyes and silently reminisced. The null flames had not recovered, the star door was still dim, but he felt as though he had been reborn. Tang Tian's heart became ruthless. The extreme simplicity was not simple, it was not giving up on variations, but on the contrary, the extreme simplicity contained the extreme variations. For some reason, all the girls in the Shui family, without exception, had weak physiques. The Shui family had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to hire guards. But money moved people's hearts, and there were frequent incidents of theft. There had been a few times where the guards bullied the weak masters, and secretly colluded with outsiders to steal the golden steel threads. He slowly opened his eyes, it was as though he was in a dark room. Pushing open the windows, the vast sea of stars in the sky shone down with a faint starlight. A tiny gust of air blew past, and the image that had been frozen in the air dissipated like dust in the wind. In the dead of night, in a corner of the warehouse, Tang Tian started to practice his fundamental martial techniques, which was his usual warm-up. Tang Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and in the pitch-black warehouse, he looked like a star. It was as though he had been enlightened, his entire body was releasing joy from the bottom of his heart, every movement he made was an incomparable enjoyment. Space, time, power. All the changes that could be seen and not seen, in his eyes, were like colorful and different paints scattered on a plate, and his path of simplicity was the brush in his hand. Although old Granny Shui had made many promises, but it concerned everyone's lives, so how could Tang Tian place his hopes on others? The old Granny's warnings were something that he had been thinking about for the past few days. Old Granny's words were probably not wrong, but if it truly came to that, he would just search for them one by one. Previously, he had realized that the sea of energy in his Gemini furnace was continuously shrinking, and only then did he understand the reason. All of these things were common knowledge and could not directly help Tang Tian resolve his current predicament, but it allowed him to have a more direct understanding of the Sin domain. All of this knowledge could help him assimilate into the Sin domain, and furthermore, familiarizing oneself with the battlefield was something that every soldier needed to do. Tang Tian's job was simple. He was guarding the warehouse. The Shui family was involved in weaving, and when the Shui family's ancestors were exiled into the Sin domain, their clothes had a few cloud silkworm seeds hidden in them. The energy inside the cloud silkworm seeds were quickly digested, and the silkworms that were born were completely different from the cloud silkworms. And after 3 generations of nurturing by the Shui family, the golden steel silkworms that evolved from the cloud silkworms had become completely different. But what Tang Tian did not expect was that the Honorable Martial Continent was the first to discover the Sin domain. It was said that the Honorable Martial Continent had been working hard to explore the Blue World for many years, and Tang Tian guessed that they definitely wanted to find the passage to Heaven's Road. They did not find the passage, but in one of their explorations, the Honorable Martial Continent unintentionally found a unique space. In this unique space, there was no existence of energy, and what made the Honorable Martial Continent even more fearful was that any energy substance that entered this place would dissipate at an astonishing rate. Even the powerful gold saints of the Honorable Martial Continent did not enter this place. If they stayed here for too long, it would cause their strength to permanently regress. After understanding the method, Tang Tian calmed himself down. Regardless of anything, he had to first recover his strength. That way, regardless of whether it was information gathering or saving everyone, he would have sufficient confidence. The Sin domain had few plants, but many ores, and the golden steel silkworms had evolved to be able to devour ores. The golden steel silkworms that devoured ores were able to spit out extremely fine golden steel threads. The golden steel threads were not made of gold or stone, they were hollow inside and had a soft texture, as light as a feather, and were extremely durable, making it difficult for blades and swords to cut them. In the next few days, Tang Tian had already obtained a lot of information. For example, he knew where the Sin domain was. The Purple Cuckoo City was built by the Purple Cuckoo family, and the Purple Cuckoo family was part of the Purple Cuckoo Continent's royal family. At that time, the Purple Cuckoo Prince and his subjects were exiled to the Purple Cuckoo City, and they worked together to build the Purple Cuckoo City, and continued to maintain the position of the royal family. Tang Tian's actions gradually changed, becoming more and more casual. I never thought that on my first night watch, someone would come. The Sin domain gradually developed a set of things that belonged to them. Tang Tian laughed silently. There was one time when they were caught, and the few guards still wanted to make a false accusation. If not for the close relationship between the Shui family and the Purple Cuckoo family, they would have long been destroyed. Ever since he knew that the Sin domain could repel energy, a brazen thought had lingered in his mind. Like a painter, every stroke was extremely concise, yet not sticking to one style. The strokes were hard to grasp, and the place where the brush would land was hard to predict. A path that truly belongs to me, a law that truly belongs to me. Suddenly, he returned to Andrew Academy, back to the time when he trained in fundamental martial techniques on the mountain. A familiar, unfamiliar feeling enveloped him. In the past, his fundamental martial techniques had the help of true power, then the power of his blood meridians, then the devil flame, and finally the null flames. The dangerous place was completely sealed, and the Honorable Martial Continent had little interest in it. The Sin domain's living environment was extremely harsh, and the people who were exiled here would lose all the energy in their bodies in a few months. They were unable to use any energy, and could only rely on the strength of their bodies. Directly dropping from a saint back to such a weak state, most of the exiled people did not even last a few years before dying. But the people with strong will to live, worked hard to survive, they created cities, and worked hard to adapt to the Sin domain, taking root and living there. Tang Tian's movements became slower and slower, his extremely concise movements seemed to have been broken down into slow motion, and were imprinted in the space. There were no whistling sounds of the wind, and even the sound of the airflow had disappeared. Around him, there were many fist and leg images, like a fixed image, lasting for a long time. The Sin domain did not have a sun, but it was still divided into day and night. During the day, the sky would appear light blue, and was said to be the blue sea. The people of the Sin domain said that the Sin domain was like a big bubble in the blue sea. It was because the Sin domain repelled energy, that it was able to survive in the blue sea that was filled with energy. Whoever does not hand over the person will be trampled. But at the moment, all the energy in his body had disappeared, and he only had the purest power of his body. Until today, this layer of window paper has finally been pierced through. Many of the suspicions in Tang Tian's mind were suddenly cleared. Many of the images stacked on top of each other, but there was no sense of chaos. At night, there would be dazzling light patterns in the sky, like auroras. His strength was severely damaged, and if he did not recover, even if he received news from everyone, he could only stare. He knew that he was not an expert in scheming, and only knew how to use force. Since I'm using force, I need strength, and without tyrannical strength, using force is seeking death. Chapter 696. He never thought that the Sin domain would be so dangerous, that a thief would actually be able to use spatial laws. Space, time, life and death, they were the eternal laws of the world, and were the most powerful laws, They were the three most fundamental laws of the myriad of worlds, and were the foundation of any world. The three intertwined with each other, encompassing everything, and the branches were uncountable. There was even a saying that the myriad of laws were all derived from the three great laws, and the three great laws were the main branches of the law tree. Even if his state of mind was shaken, his body still instinctively reacted, twisting and turning like a fish. A layer of faint undulation spread out from his body was like a shadow being illuminated by sunlight, the space around him suddenly became blurry, and his body quickly became fainter. The Sin domain had more than 1,000 families, and every family had their own inheritances, but now, there were less than 10% of them, and almost all of them were destroyed in the Sin domain. But the families that survived were the survivors who had gone through the cruel elimination, and their inheritances were suitable for the Sin domain. Without hesitation, he tiptoed, and like a spectre, he flew out. An unfamiliar man had appeared behind him unknowingly. Ping Xiaoshan's control over his body had reached an extremely astonishing level. Every muscle in his body, even if it was as light as a feather, could move according to his will. Ping Xiaoshan did not believe that anyone would be able to struggle out of the land of gentleness, and was probably enjoying the beauty. Old Granny Shue's eyes were extremely high. Countless people had gone to the Shui family to ask for her hand in marriage, but were all rejected by the stubborn old granny. Tilda, I wonder what's so special about this unknown man, to actually be chosen by the old granny. Tilda, after 3 generations, only Ping Xiaoshan was left. After succeeding, Ping Xiaoshan did not hesitate, and turned to leave. Ping Xiaoshan, who was flying out, revealed a look of shock. He only had one thought in his mind: run. Tang Tian had not been in such a dangerous situation for a long time, and all the hairs on his body stood. His movements were extremely slow, like a statue moving slowly, his eyes were empty without any light, and his entire body did not have any signs of life. Without a heartbeat, without warmth, without breathing, he was like a lifeless rock, one with his surroundings. And every movement, the muscles in his body would tremble slightly, dissolving the disturbance in the air. Pa! Tang Tian, who had just comprehended the laws, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The smugness in his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. He suddenly realized that his understanding of the Sin domain was still pitiful. A spatial black hole was definitely a high-level law of space. The sky was filled with light and shadows, and all that was left was a fist that seemed to be frozen in the air. If the air was a pool of water, and Ping Shan waded through the water, strangely enough, there were no ripples at all. But in front of this punch, it became the best foil. There was no light aura, no whistling sound, no ripples, no changes. It was a simple and ordinary attack, but it firmly attracted Ping Xiaoshan's attention. The storeroom was pitch black and deathly silent. Tilda Humph, the beauty is yours, then the golden steel threads are mine. Tilda Ping Xiaoshan was secretly pleased. He had visited the Shui family's warehouse more than once, so he was very familiar with every corner. He was extremely cautious and never stole too much. He knew that for a person like him who had no backing, if he took out a large number of golden steel threads, it would definitely attract attention, and if someone investigated, he would not be able to escape. As long as there was the slightest movement, he would rather not take action than to take the risk. Ping Xiaoshan felt that the hand that was grabbing onto his neck was like an iron pincer. He did not move at all, his limbs were spread out horizontally, his entire body was stiff, all the muscles in his body were not listening to him. He was like a stiff frog. When Tang Tian unleashed his fist, Ping Xiaoshan's face changed. He knew that he had truly met an expert. Tang Tian felt a wave of fear. He did not have the time to think and immediately took action. If he had known that the opponent was using spatial laws, he would definitely not have taken the risk. The collapsing space would ultimately form a spatial black hole. Upon thinking about marrying into the family, the jealousy in Ping Xiaoshan's heart immediately lessened, and he once again placed his attention back on the warehouse. He had specially picked today, because he was interested in the Shui family, who had no time to care about anything else. Spatial black holes were one of the strongest weapons in spatial laws. With Tang Tian's current strength, if he were to touch even a tiny bit of it, he would definitely die. Tang Tian took a deep breath and unleashed his fist. This punch seemed slow, but a faint aura enveloped the entire warehouse, and the surging air seemed to suddenly stagnate and solidify. But, once they entered the Shui family, it would not be easy to get out. The old lady was worried that the secret of the golden steel silkworms would be leaked, so she only accepted men to marry into the family, and any man with a bit of ambition would naturally be unwilling. Tang Tian was surprised. The opponent's casual attack was actually so powerful. The Shui family had been flourishing with yin and yang for a long time, and hoped to turn the situation around. That was something everyone knew. He was envious. The Shui family's women were all beautiful and gentle. Tilda, that guy is truly blessed. Tilda Ping Xiaoshan, who had just turned his body, suddenly constricted. His seemingly lifeless grey fingers were extremely agile. He quickly opened the package and took out a small bundle of golden steel threads, and then sealed the package, leaving no traces on the surface. Tilda, the Shui family will probably not be able to sense any losses even after checking the warehouse. Tilda, he quickly touched the corner where the golden steel threads were stacked, and through the package, he could smell the unique smell of the golden steel scripture. The golden steel threads were odorless to ordinary people, but Ping Xiaoshan's sense of smell was extremely sensitive. The golden steel threads were not odorless, but the smell was extremely faint. And the faint smell, no matter how it was tanned, would not disappear. Just by relying on that, he was able to appraise the real and fake golden steel threads at times. But the 3 generations of hard work did not go to waste. The Ping family's stealth techniques had been improved and innovated. All the techniques that required the use of energy were abandoned, and what replaced it was how to use the strength of the physical body, and develop the potential of the physical body, which did not cause the Ping family's inheritance to disappear. Ping Xiaoshan stared blankly at the ground that was less than half a meter away from him. His mind was blank. That was why Tang Tian was shocked. Although the 3 great laws were good, but they were also the hardest laws to train in. They were not a single law, but 3 large law systems. Countless of sages had chased after them to the extreme, but no one had ever dared to claim that they had completely grasped the profound mysteries of any one of the 3 great laws. His feet landed on the ground, but the dust on the ground did not move at all. For such a high-level law to actually appear on a thief, it was too inconceivable. The undulation emitted by the golden steel thread made him feel danger, and it made him tremble, but thinking about it, the undulation was the smell of spatial laws. Tilda, damn it, what kind of place is this? Tilda Ping Xiaoshan did not dare to be careless. He quietly moved forward. His movements were silent and did not make any sound. The Ping family used to be a big family. Their ancestors were scouts, and after achieving great merits, they were bestowed with land. The Ping family's stealth and concealment techniques were passed down from generation to generation. But a pity, the elites of the Ping family had all perished in the war with the Honorable Marshal Continent, and only 9 of them were exiled to the Xin domain. Ping Xiaoshan was extremely careful. The news of the old lady Shui spending 200,000 to buy a son-in-law had long spread. 200,000 was a huge sum of money no matter where it was, and old lady Shui's determination could be seen. The chaotic sparks, the surging air, and the unnoticeable undulation, in Tang Tian's eyes, everything seemed to have stopped. His fist drew an extremely concise arc, as though he had gone through countless of calculations, as though the opponent was extremely familiar with the attack. The dancing sparks, the sharp whistling sound, even the golden steel thread that concealed its killing intent revealed itself. The faint undulation revealed itself like a ripple in water. Ping Xiaoshan only felt his neck tighten, and his body that was about to enter the space was forcefully pulled out. The golden steel thread released an extremely faint undulation, which was concealed within the dazzling sparks and the sharp whistling sound, as though it was a silent killer hiding in the darkness. Any expert that was proficient in stealth would definitely be an expert in anti-stealth. But he actually did not sense it at all. He immediately understood that he had met an expert. It was a copy of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. In the darkness, Tang Tian's expression kept on changing. He did not know that Ping Xiaoshan, who was in his hands, was extremely shocked. In the darkness, he waited patiently and listened carefully. He could not believe his own eyes. The collapsing space was extremely dangerous. Ping Xiaoshan was extremely confident in his stealth techniques. He had once swept past a famed martial artist 3M behind him, but the other party did not know. Using it to steal things was truly a waste. An extreme sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian. The shattered ripple mirage started to collapse towards the center, transforming into a small vortex, finally converging into a black dot the size of a grain of rice. Tang Tian started to have a headache. Just at that moment, Tang Tian's eyes constricted. In the chaotic sparks, a golden steel thread did not make a single sound, it did not produce any sparks at all. If the laws here are so rampant, then it will be difficult to handle. It was so light that it sounded like a bubble bursting, the sky full of sparks, the ear-piercing whistling sound and the terrifying undulation disappeared like sand and smoke. Ping Xiaoshan was an experienced Lone Ranger. In that moment, his hands trembled, and the golden steel threads in his hands shot towards Tang Tian like rain. The soft golden steel threads released shoo screeches in the air. Following that, sparks exploded in the air. It was the sparks from the friction between the high-speed golden steel threads. Ping Xiaoshan was extremely familiar with the positions of the golden steel threads in the warehouse. Who exactly is this guy? Ping Xiaoshan's mind trembled. The opponent was behind him, but he actually did not sense it at all. Tang Tian was like a sandbag. He pulled the opponent out from the blurry mirage. Suddenly, Tang Tian's face changed. He grabbed Ping Xiaoshan and retreated. The mirage ripple that lost its support completely shattered. Tang Tian looked at the silent black dot in the air with a face full of fear. He was extremely shocked. Spatial laws. He actually used spatial laws. A palm appeared in the air, piercing through the grey ripple. The power of the golden steel threads was congealed and did not dissipate. The power it contained was definitely enough to pierce through a 3-finger-thick steel plate. Chapter 697. Ping Xiaoshan seemed to have seen an invisible net quietly enveloping the Shui family, and immediately quivered. In his eyes, Tang Tian's innocent smile seemed even more sinister and terrifying. But for some reason, Tang Tian's simple and unadorned punch involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was as if it was imprinted in his mind. He stared at Tang Tian. He couldn't understand how such a crazy guy could throw such an amazing punch. This guy picked it up right away. He couldn't help but ask. Wouldn't that be a little frustrating? Tang Tian followed Ping Xiaoshan's gaze and noticed that Ping Xiaoshan was tied up tightly. He immediately laughed. I forgot. It was no wonder that laws were a higher level of power. They didn't seem as powerful as spirit techniques, but they were even more unpredictable. The opponent used fists, and the families in Sin domain that specialized in fist techniques included the Lai family's tyrannical fist, the Kai Lei family's 8 musical fists and the Mu family's Mu family fists. The law of the tyrant fist was incomparably tyrannical. There was no retreat, only life and no death. The Kai Lei clan's 8 musical fist was based on the laws of music, and its variations were unpredictable. The Mu family's Mu family fist was the most mysterious. There were many speculations in the outside world as to what laws the Mu family fist followed, but no one dared to confirm it. Ping Xiaoshan's mind worked quickly. He first eliminated the Purple Cuckoo City. Although the Purple Cuckoo family was not weak, but it was not the top family in Sin domain. Ping Xiaoshan had been in the Purple Cuckoo City for a period of time, and knew of all the experts in the Purple Cuckoo family. Ping Xiaoshan's face twitched. He felt that everything that had happened in the day was too chaotic. If he continued living like this, he would not be able to find his direction. Alright, it was actually because of this lunatic. Ping Xiaoshan was startled. Ping family's stealth technique. I can go now? Ping Xiaoshan asked subconsciously. Tang Tian did not know that Ping Xiaoshan had countless of thoughts in his mind. Both parties had only exchanged one round, but he had consumed an unprecedented amount of energy, and his physical strength was already at the bottom. After tying Ping Xiaoshan up in a flurry, he sat down and gasped for breath. Alright, if he was a disciple of the Mu clan, it wouldn't be strange. He had just peeked into the door of laws, and his realm was still shallow. The confrontation between laws was even more unfamiliar. If not for the fact that he was in a state of enlightenment, his 6 senses were extremely sharp, and his strength far stronger than usual, he would not have been able to capture Ping Xiaoshan. Tang Tian. Tang Tian proudly patted his chest and said loudly, "You can also call me godlike young man, sure." Tang Tian said matter-of-factly, "Remember, you can look for me if you need anything." Early in the morning, a group of women rushed to the warehouse. The group of women obediently shut their mouths, but there were still a few who had expressions of defiance on their faces. Of course, from his point of view, the other party didn't need to tie him up at all. He didn't have the ability to escape. However, the other party's serious expression made him choose to remain silent. Tang Tian suddenly remembered that they were not in the Shang continent or the Ursa Major constellation. He immediately changed the topic and said, "So you came to find me. Godlike young man, let's go take a look, won't we know a thing or two?" Ming Zhu said. A few hours later. It was the most probable guess. The golden steel threads were extremely valuable, and if old Granny Shui used it as a bargaining chip, many families would be willing to help. Although the Xin domain was made up of frustrated families, but all of them had a glorious history, and were well versed in politics and trickery. They cooperated, compromised, and fought in the dark, which were extremely frequent. Disguise. It must definitely be a disguise. Hearing that, the ladies all nodded their heads. Ping Xiaoshan looked at Tang Tian in a daze. He felt that the man in front of him, was his brain stuck in a door? We are all enemies, we were just fighting to the death, and I was even tied up like a dumpling. In front of such an enemy, playing tricks is just asking to be humiliated. Tang Tian looked at Ping Xiaoshan's sorry figure, and could not help but remind him, "Hey, you're walking in the wrong direction." Ping Xiaoshan. After Ping Xiaoshan left, Tang Tian started to train by himself. After the battle, he had gained a lot of enlightenment, and was afraid that he would forget about it after a while, so he once again immersed himself in training. Ping Xiaoshan stared at the indistinct figure in front of him in shock. In just a few hours, Tang Tian was able to smoothly use the Ping family's stealth techniques. Although there were still many flaws, but it had only been a few hours, Ping Xiaoshan remembered how much suffering he had to go through to learn the stealth techniques. Ping Xiaoshan's expression was sluggish as he allowed Tang Tian to untie him. Tang Tian's passion caused him to be at a loss. This is too abnormal. Ping Xiaoshan was surprised. He carefully sized up Tang Tian, and guessed at Tang Tian's background. Could he be a hidden martial artist of the Shui family? But he had never heard of him before. The Shui family's background had long been investigated by others. In Purple Cuckoo City, there was more than one family that had designs on the Shui family. Such a young martial artist could only come from a big family, and not only did he need outstanding talent, he also needed a large amount of resources. Guarding the warehouse at night is the most difficult. Furthermore, the warehouse is filled with golden steel threads. It is priceless. For him to guard it, it is also a test of his character. Ming Zhu looked around, seeing that the other ladies were deep in thought. She snorted, "How can old madam's eyes be compared to yours?" After being on guard for a few nights, his character can be seen from that. Why aren't you leaving?" Tang Tian saw that Ping Xiaoshan was not moving, and felt that it was strange. Tang Tian asked while wiping his sweat. During the battle, Tang Tian's laws enveloped the entire warehouse, and not a single sound leaked out. Tang Tian seemed to have understood something. Energy was real, laws were illusory, laws were like the invisible hand. This invisible hand was not only able to control energy, it could also control the air, sound, light and shadow etc. Ping Xiaoshan also noticed that Tang Tian was gasping for breath. He was perspiring profusely, and heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party was powerful, but it was still within his acceptable range. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not have lived until now. The warehouse was in a mess, the golden steel threads were all over the floor, and a figure was sleeping soundly inside, snoring like thunder. Ping Xiaoshan quivered. He regained his senses and immediately said, "Let's go. I am afraid that they are too crude. Our Shui family is also a family with status. How can they be so casual?" "This time, old madam." Ping Xiaoshan did not say a word, and allowed Tang Tian to use the golden steel threads to tie him up like a dumpling. The battle between the two was extremely short, and in just one round, he was defeated. He knew the disparity in strength between the two, and the other party's strength far exceeded his. So young. Did the Shui family hear some movements, and find strong reinforcements from somewhere? Tang Tian racked his brains, and thought of something. What technique did you use to escape just now? Coincidentally, everyone arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Mingzhu opened the door, and the scene inside appeared before everyone's eyes. You came to steal the golden steel threads? Tang Tian asked. Who is it? Ping Xiaoshan thought about it. There is no need for the other party to lie to me. Alright, I can't do anything about it. My life is still in the other party's hands. Upon thinking about it, Ping Xiaoshan nodded his head. Alright. Tang Tian scratched his head. He did not know how to continue asking. In the past, Bing was the one who did the interrogations. Bing's thoughts were meticulous and crafty, and to lie in front of him was simply asking for trouble. With that, he immediately ran away. That's right. Tang Tian already had his arm around Ping Xiaoshan's shoulder, and with a look of familiarity, you teach me the stealth technique, and we will be good brothers from now on. If there is any trouble, just say my name. What's not good about it? Didn't the old lady check him? His body is very strong, Meng Nan, maybe you will like him. Ping Xiaoshan's expression changed. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became, and he forgot himself. Ping Xiaoshan looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. There was nothing wrong with imparting the stealth technique to the other party, although the Ping family's stealth technique was unique, but if the other party was in existence like the Mu family, it was nothing. What he did not understand was that if the other party wanted the secret technique, they could just torture him, but to give him such a good condition, he did not believe it. The first battle in Xin Domain caused Tang Tian to have a lingering fear. In the sacred Saint Galaxy, the warships clashed, causing an astonishing amount of energy to rain down. It was a spectacular sight. But in Xin Domain, it was a battle of laws. It was even more dangerous and unpredictable, and if one was not careful, they would die on the spot. Furthermore, he had only spent a few hours just now, and he had already mastered the Ping family's stealth technique. This kind of talent was truly astonishing. Ping Xiaoshan. Ping Xiaoshan replied honestly. Looking for you. What's your name? Tang Tian patted his chest. I am a man of my word. Thinking about the simple yet soul-stirring fist, Ping Xiaoshan felt that it was most likely the Mu family's fist. Regardless of whether it was the tyrant fist or the 8 musical fist, the characteristics of the laws were extremely obvious, and did not match the fist. Ping Xiaoshan could not tell what was wrong, but he felt extremely uncomfortable. What? Your surname is Tang? Ping Xiaoshan was startled again. Not surnamed Mu, he is not from the Mu family. Ping Xiaoshan looked at Tang Tian's expectant expression, and was speechless. Ping Xiaoshan's mind was roused. Tang Tian's brainless actions, after being explained, he immediately became suspicious. He definitely has a big plan. The Ping family's stealth technique is just a cover. The other party definitely did not have any plans to kill me. Why not kill me? There must be a conspiracy. Big sister Mingzhu, did old granny really say that? Oh my, what should I do? If the Shui family relied on the Mu family, then no one would dare to touch the Shui family's business. It's true. Tang Tian saw that Ping Xiaoshan was moved, and immediately became overjoyed, and immediately said, why would I lie to you? Yes. Ping Xiaoshan admitted. The old granny of the Shui family truly had good methods. Unknowingly, she had connected to the Mu family. Ping family's stealth technique? Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief, and then curled his lips. That name is too ordinary. But to be able to use spatial laws, that's powerful. Can you teach me? Seeing that Ping Xiaoshan did not speak, Tang Tian immediately said, as long as you teach me, I'll let you go. Of course, you can't come and steal the golden steel threads anymore. Ping Xiaoshan was quiet for a moment. Really? Ping Xiaoshan suddenly asked, what's your name? Is this guy's brain a little abnormal? Mingzhu could not take it anymore, and bellowed, all of you, shut up. Since when are you able to interfere with old granny's decisions? Chapter 698. But, upon thinking about marrying such a vulgar and lazy person, Mingzhu felt extremely sad. Even if this man did not have any status, Mingzhu still found it hard to accept. Xiao Yarrow saw that Mingzhu's expression was not right, and said softly, Big sister Mingzhu, today is the day to hand over silk. Young Master Qin, Mingzhu said gently, and stepped forward to bow. Xiao Yao, check the warehouse. Ming Zhu said coldly. Ming Zhu forced a smile and said, I never thought that the outside would actually spread the word about young master. It is truly surprising. He's just a manservant. Old Madam feels sorry for him and feels that there are many things to do in the family. We're just a group of little girls, and we still need someone to do the rough work. Xiao Yao's face changed, she did not have time to stop them, and Ming Zhu had already brought young Master Qin to the warehouse. At the side, Xiao Yao sighed in her heart. It was no secret that young Master Qin admired Sister Ming Zhu. Even the old madam kept quiet about this matter and pretended not to know anything. The Qin family was the Purple Cuckoo family, and was the true master of the city. The Shui family had been taken care of by the Purple Cuckoo family, and if Qin Zishan were to propose, the old lady would not be able to reject him, and only said that the decision was up to Ming Zhu. She has been trained as a successor since she was a child, so she is used to thinking from the perspective of the Shui family. If she really agreed to young Master Qin's request, the Shui family would have no other choice but to merge with the Qin family. It was the first time they had seen such a vulgar person. Ming Zhu's expression warmed up, the act of embezzlement that she hated the most did not appear, causing her image of Tang Tian to become much better. Although this person was vulgar, he was not someone who coveted small profits. Although he did not understand why so many golden steel threads were scattered all over the ground, the total number did not decrease, which meant that there was no theft. Tang Tian suddenly sat up, causing everyone in the warehouse to jump in fright. Ming Zhu frowned, and spoke in an unhappy tone, Xiao Tang, what's wrong? Xiao Yao did not refute, but said, I have the number of the previous warehouse. If you don't believe me, you can count it yourself. Is Miss Ming Zhu here? A clear voice sounded. As soon as the taut string in his heart relaxed, Tang Tian, who had been holding on to his limit, was instantly drowned by tiredness. Ming Zhu snorted, let's go. When he heard that old Madame Shui had bought a son-in-law, he had long wanted to come and take a look. Now that he saw Tang Tian's behavior, the stone in his heart was instantly lifted. He believed that no matter how bad Ming Zhu's eyesight was, she would definitely not like such a vulgar person. After confirming that the other party did not pose any threat to him, his heart was at peace. Naturally, he did not feel any jealousy, and he could not be bothered to bicker with a servant. That would be too beneath his status. In recent years, the Shui family had suffered too much in this aspect. Now, they were in a precarious situation and in imminent danger. If there were no more experts in the next generation, the foundation of the Shui family would definitely be hard to protect. If not for the protection of the Purple Cuckoo family, the Shui family would have long been cleanly divided. There's nothing missing. After Xiao Yao finished counting, she was somewhat surprised, and looked at Tang Tian who was in deep sleep. Miss is asking you a question. A maid beside Ming Zhu could not stand it any longer and shouted. She had never seen such an unruly fellow before. She thought to herself, the old lady must have misjudged me this time. A complicated look flashed past Ming Zhu's eyes. She calmed herself down and regained her usual calmness, and walked to the front courtyard. A handsome man stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely appreciating the flowers and grasses in the courtyard. Tang Tian was sleeping soundly, he had just gained enlightenment on laws, and although the battle with Ping Xiaoshan was short, he had exhausted all of his strength. After that, he practiced the stealth technique for a few hours, but was afraid that he would forget about it the next day, so he struck the iron while it was hot and trained for the entire night. At that time, he was just holding on, and only when all of the enlightenment was deeply imprinted in his mind did he stop. Ming Zhu's face changed, she then remembered that Tang Tian was lying in the warehouse. Oh my god, I must have been angered by Tang Tian, to actually make such a low-level mistake. I could have called for people to bring the silk from the warehouse, but if Tang Tian and young Master Qin were to meet, Ming Zhu did not even dare to imagine the scene. The Sin Domain's environment was terrible, and the body was the most important. If the body was not good, the infant would not be able to survive. And the Sin Domain did not have any energy, and could only rely on the power of the physique. Regardless of what kind of secret technique it was, it all started from tempering the body. The condition of the body was the foundation of everything. Ming Zhu's face turned green. The old granny was already old, and most of the matters in the family were handled by her, and being clear about rewards and punishments had long become her principle, especially when she saw people slacking off. Seeing the messy warehouse and the sound asleep Tang Tian, the anger in her heart could not be suppressed, and she felt disgusted. Everyone in the warehouse looked at each other, and became quiet. Ming Zhu's smile became even more forced. Young master is too courteous, you are treating me as an outsider. Tang Tian laid on the ground facing the sky, sparkling and translucent saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his thunderous snores came out one after another. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Xiao Yarrow was an astute and meticulous person, and would definitely not make a mistake in the accounts. She combed the bangs on her forehead, concealing her loss of composure. For such a matter, young master can just order a servant to do it, why do you need to come personally? Upon thinking about not marrying such a vulgar man, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The old granny had always hoped to find a strong and healthy son-in-law to marry into the Shui family, to have children and maintain the Shui family's business. Tang Tian was jolted awake. He realized that he was sitting up. I heard that your noble family has bought a son-in-law? Qin Zishan laughed. I wonder if Miss Ming Zhu can introduce me to him? Tang Tian, who was sleeping soundly and snoring loudly, once again appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Yarrow could not help but turn her head. She could not bear to watch, it was too embarrassing. Ming Zhu bit her lips. She had been a housekeeper for a long time, and knew how dangerous the Shui family was, and if they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was impossible for the Shui family to obtain any true allies, and the Shui family, who were all women and had no power to protect themselves, to any powerhouse, it was an irresistible temptation. All of them would be married off to the rich and powerful families, and the Shui family's golden steel silkworm taming technique would be forced to be handed over, and in the blink of an eye, the Shui family would be swallowed to the point that not even scraps remained. Is there really nothing missing? Someone could not help but ask. There are so many golden steel threads on the floor, he definitely took them apart. If not, why would he take them apart? An incomparable sorrow and anger enveloped his entire body, causing him to tremble and roar towards the sky. A delicate and intelligent young lady came out from the crowd and started to count the golden steel threads in the warehouse. After the initial shock, everyone quickly regained their composure, and looked at Tang Tian with eyes filled with disdain. But facing young Master Qin's pursuit, Ming Zhu had never responded. The other sisters were dumbstruck. The Shui family was once a big family, and the strict rules had been passed down. They had been influenced by what they saw and heard, and the rules had long been deeply imprinted in their hearts. When had they ever seen such a vulgar person? Even the hired guards had their own manners. Who? Tang Tian did not have the mood to speak. He immediately stood up, and without looking at anyone, without saying a word, he walked out of the warehouse with a black face. You're not going to wake him up? Xiao Yarrow asked. Tang Tian was dreaming. If he wants to sleep, then let him sleep. Ming Zhu said coldly. Everyone is busy, I am too free, furthermore, to be able to see Miss Ming Zhu, it is a good job. Qin Zishan's eyes were blazing hot. His clear voice not only did not make people feel that he was frivolous, but instead revealed a sense of sincerity, and was filled with the power to convince others. The Xin domain had banished either the royal family or the big families, and all of them had strict family rules, even the big families that were established through military achievements, after a few generations of nurturing, naturally had etiquette. In the Xin domain, even the lowliest of people knew about etiquette. Although they had declined, but in the past, they were still an illustrious family. He slept extremely soundly, and did not even notice Ming Zhu and the rest coming in. Tilda, what do I do? What do I do? Tilda. Tang Tian did not hear anything, he stared at the floor. Tilda, luckily it was just a dream, no matter what, I will definitely not let it happen. Tilda. Young Master Qin nodded his head and praised. Miss Ming Zhu is compassionate and kind-hearted, Zishan admires you. He turned and spoke to his subordinates. All of you, be gentler with your movements. So it was like that, I listened to the rumors, I shouldn't have. Qin Zishan bowed and apologized to Ming Zhu. Everyone was secretly speechless. They were all familiar with Ming Zhu's temper, and knew that Ming Zhu was truly angry. If Ming Zhu was not willing, even the old granny would not force her. Ming Zhu had been groomed by the old lady as the successor since young, and if there were no accidents, The future of the Shui family would be handed over to Ming Zhu. Qin Zishan waited for a while, but seeing that Ming Zhu had not pushed the door open, he was surprised. "Miss Ming Zhu?" Ming Zhu avoided Qin Zishan's passionate gaze and said, "The silk is ready, young master, please." Young Master Qin was startled, but after a moment, he laughed. "Your servant is truly sleeping soundly." Ming Zhu had regained her composure, and said, "He has been guarding the warehouse for the past few nights. It is extremely tiring. We should be quieter, and not disturb him." The Shui family's golden steel silk was not only sold to the purple cuckoo family. The golden steel silk was not only used to weave clothes and soft armor, it was also made into extremely good bowstrings, and the purple cuckoo family bought the golden steel silk from the Shui family to make strong bows. Ming Zhu regained her senses and her face immediately became even uglier. Upon saying that, Xiao Yao immediately knew that she had said something wrong. His entire body was drenched in sweat, he stared at the stone tiles on the floor and gasped for breath. So it was a dream. The scene in the dream was too scary. "Miss Ming Zhu." Qin Zishan returned the greeting, his face had a warm smile, causing Ming Zhu to be slightly dazed. The group of people had already walked to the door of the warehouse, and Ming Zhu stopped in her tracks. He dreamt that the Honorable Martial Alliance had invaded Ursa Major constellation, and the Shang continent was also in flames of war. He dreamt that Qi was in a dangerous situation, dreamt that Bing was smoking and bringing everyone to fight back, dreamt that Tang Chou was prepared to sacrifice himself for the city, dreamt that Ling Shu was unconscious, dreamt that Crane was covered in injuries, dreamt that Jinghao's body was pierced with swords, dreamt that the Lupu's race was advancing wave after wave, like a tide pouncing on the enemy, dreamt that Ursa Major constellation was set ablaze, the blazing flames illuminating the sky. Ming Zhu, who was fighting with herself, jumped in fright. She subconsciously pushed, causing the warehouse door to creak open. Chapter 699. Tang Tian smacked his lips, he waved his hand. "Tilda, it's rather tight. All right, I'll make do with it." Tilda, he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Inside the warehouse, everyone stared at each other. It was extremely quiet. The ghost face mask's calmness, the blood bear's movement, all of them revealed an indescribable killing intent. All of the passers-by were affected, and all of them subconsciously held their breaths. In the dead silent West Street, the footsteps that were not loud or clear seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts, every step bringing along an indescribable killing intent. A few figures landed on the ground, they blocked Tang Tian's path, and one of them bellowed, "Friend, this is a private residence." Tang Tian walked to the backyard with a black face, seeing a pond, he jumped in without saying a word. His entire body was immersed in the water, and under the stimulation of the cold water, the anger in his heart gradually faded, and Tang Tian's eyes slowly became calm and gloomy, like a deep abyss. "Quickly go take a look. Tilda, you don't know how to strategize, you don't know how to fight. If you lose your courage, what else do you have? Tilda, how do I get to Miss Da Lin's residence?" The bodyguards all looked as though they were facing a great enemy, a few of them subconsciously swallowed their saliva. "Tilda, is this the sign of a fight?" Tilda behind the mask, Tang Tian suddenly laughed. The black flag left his shoulder and fiercely stabbed into the ground. The sturdy stone bricks were like tofu. Coincidentally, the wind blew, the black flag unfurled, and the ugly blood bear revealed an indescribable malevolence. That terrifying dream caused the young lad to suddenly wake up. He grabbed onto the fresh out of the oven Ursa Major flag, and with a few movements, Tang Tian disappeared. "Tilda, how's the Sin domain?" Tilda, the passers-by stopped at the entrance of the West Street. On both sides of the street, figures leapt up like a school of fish, they stepped on the roofs and followed Tang Tian's figure from afar. A gloomy voice came out from above, like the shadow, it was filled with a sense of oppression. Inside the pond, Tang Tian opened his eyes, the ripples reflected in his vision, and a blaze blazed in his heart. All of the restraints, under the blaze, turned into ashes. He felt that his entire body was brimming with energy, he had found the familiar passion, he had found the fearless heart. The two of them chatted happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Was that why he was confused? Was that why he was hesitating? Was that why they were living in constant fear? So tell yourself everything will be okay. He walked forward and took off one of them. Tang Tian found a piece of black cloth to dry in the yard and a wooden barrel in the corner. The Shui family ran a weaving workshop, so these things could be seen everywhere. After searching for a long time, Tang Tian couldn't find a pen, so he found a broom, dipped it in red paint, and started to draw. Ming Zhu regained her senses, her expression was calm, as though nothing had happened. She laughed. "Young master, you are speaking from experience. No wonder I've often heard that the young master is a capable person who doesn't know how to talk. It's indeed true. Ming Zhu's experience in this area is shallow. I hope that young master will not be stingy with your guidance." A crooked little red bear appeared on the black cloth. Tang Tian seemed to be talking to himself. "You are Tang Tian, this is your way of fighting, and this is your way of winning." Tang Tian walked onto the West Street, which was about 60 m wide, with towering stone walls on both sides, and purple wisteria cascading down from the walls like a waterfall. The tender flowers were scattered in the purple sea like stars. There were no pedestrians on the street, and at the end was a majestic castle. He had a bloody mouth and sharp fangs, with black hair and green eyes. He felt that it was worth it to come here today, and was not angry at Tang Tian's offense, but felt that it was the right time to come. Back in his room, Tang Tian started to meditate, and after 15 minutes, he was fully energized, and calmed his mind. Everyone's figures flashed past his mind, and Tang Tian smiled at the young man in the mirror, revealing his snow-white teeth, revealing a cold killing intent. He retracted his gaze, and with a calm expression, he walked out of the room. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a few masks that children were playing with on the rattan rack. He could not help but think of the time when he and Ling Shu had tried to kill the little princess on Humble Forest Planet. He had worn an orangutan mask. At the end of the West Street, it's. Seeing the man wearing the ghost mask and carrying the black flag, who looked like a ferocious and evil man walking towards him, the young shop assistant's face turned white, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He leaned on the pillar, and watched as the man walked closer step by step, his entire body unable to move. The seemingly solid shadow pressed down like a black cloud, causing the entire world to sink into darkness, causing people to feel suffocated. Qin Zishan was secretly pleased, but maintained a humble expression. "I've let Miss Ming Zhu see a joke." After a while, Ming Zhu rushed into Tang Tian's room aggressively, but when she saw the empty room, her face changed. The ghost mask, the blood bear black flag. The black flag unfurled, revealing the red bear in front of everyone. The artist's drawing skills were extremely poor, the red bear looked stupid and ugly, but the bright red paint was like fresh blood smeared on the black cloth, revealing an indescribable bewitching and killing intent. "That's right." The leader of the guards became cautious, and asked, "Who are you? Please give me your name, so that I can report it." What is there to be afraid of? Are you worried that you will harm everyone? Are you afraid of not making any rash moves? Is it the fear of the unknown? Tang Tian's gaze did not stop on the guards, he looked at the castle behind them. The majestic castle was like an unfathomable gigantic beast that wanted to devour people. So shameful. That's good. When Tang Tian walked onto the West Street, the guards on duty noticed him. He was so overbearing, and it was obvious that he did not have good intentions, causing the guards to be startled and their faces to change. The alarm resonated throughout the entire castle, causing the entire castle to be in chaos. The guards and family soldiers all rushed out like a tide, entering their respective positions. The entire castle acted as though it was facing a great enemy. Ursa Major Null Division, Han Bingning, returned to the team. He opened up his arms, his fingers moving about, cracking sounds could be heard. The young man in the mirror had a cold expression, his killing intent soaring. With the black flag on his shoulder, Tang Tian walked alone on the wide street, his footsteps could be heard from afar, his expression was calm, as though he was a tourist. The green ghost mask followed his footsteps, the purple orchids by his side gently swayed in the wind, the black flag fluttered, and the blood-red bear, in the sea of purple, appeared and disappeared. For some reason, the few of them felt their bodies tensing up, an indescribable cold intent surged from the bottom of their hearts. He wanted to find someone to ask for directions, but there was no one within a few meters of him. Wherever his gaze swept past, the passers-by would avoid him as though he was a snake or scorpion. Tang Tian wanted to scratch his head, But at that moment, he coincidentally saw a shop assistant by the roadside. His eyes lit up, and he walked over. "We will follow from afar, there won't be any danger like that." Godlike young lad, go go go. Tang Tian's performance made the few bodyguards in front of him even more anxious. He was too calm and unperturbed, but all of the bodyguards were battle-hardened, and their unusual calmness revealed a biting cold killing intent. That is the fear in the depths of your heart, the cowardice hidden in your heart, the laughable excuse you give yourself. There are a few hundred people in Purple Cuckoo City. If I can find them first, then everyone can communicate with each other, and the situation will be much better. Tang Tian thought about it. Old Granny Shuai had said that Han Bingning was bought by a person called Misty. What an ugly drawing. Expert. A low voice resonated out in the quiet street. Are you looking to die? What if? The Honorable Martial Continent is right in front of us, and this young lad dares to barge in alone. Wearing the mask on my face is suitable. Tang Tian stopped. He suddenly realized a problem. How do I get to Miss Lin's residence? He was ultimately Tang Tian, a powerful leader. Although he was a young lad, he was still a godlike young lad who had killed countless of heroes, and when he got past the initial confusion and let go of the worries in his heart, his mind became clear. His fearlessness and dauntlessness was like a blazing fire in the night, burning the sky red. Thank you. Miss Lin. Does he have a grudge with Miss Lin? Tang Tian carried the flag and walked on the streets of Purple Cuckoo City, causing the people on the streets to avoid him. The masked man carrying the flag exuded a strong murderous aura, causing them to tremble in fear. Speaking of which, the little princess is also called Ming Zhu. Thinking about his own student, it has been a long time since I last saw her. I wonder how little Ming Zhu has been doing for the past few years. Tang Tian's gaze became much gentler. The shop assistant whose mind was blank instinctively spoke out the address. Tang Tian covered his face, he could not bear to look at it. I obviously wanted to draw a mighty and majestic big bear. Why did I end up drawing such an ugly and stupid little bear? He muttered to himself. After thinking about it, he felt that it would not be any better to redraw it, so he quickly gave up on the impulse. He looked around, and grabbed the bamboo pole that was originally used to dry the black cloth, found a rope, and tied the red little bear onto the pole. This skill is truly embarrassing. Godlike young lad, I will not retreat, why would I care about myself? Just like that, Tang Tian left as though no one was around, and headed towards Miss Lin's residence. The young lad asked himself. The shadow above him dissipated, and the pressure that caused people to tremble also disappeared. The young shop assistant could no longer hold it in, and sat on the ground, like a pile of mud. His face was pale white. What a dense killing intent. You're stupid. You're bold but not astute. You're unreasonable. You're reckless. So what about it? Carrying a heavy burden, it should not be the reason for you to retreat. The unknown dangers in front of you should not be the reason for you to stop. What does the complicated situation have to do with you? The shop assistant's mind was blank. Everyone is waiting for you to save them. They support you, protect you, believe in you, and accompany you through life and death. You are responsible. Is it Miss Lin's residence? The young lad raised his head, his face towards the sky. He raised his voice and bellowed. Hair, he sneered, his eyes blazing with fire. Qin Zishan was the first to regain his senses. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he took the initiative to resolve the situation, and laughed. Your servant has quite a character. I heard that he is also a person that appears during the rising tide. My family has a few as well. They are truly arrogant and untamed, but I think it is because of their environment. After staying here for a period of time and sharpening their temper, they will be able to use them more easily. Tang Tian came out from the water. He wiped the water off his face and jumped up. A few of the Shui family ladies that passed by exclaimed, but Tang Tian ignored them and returned to his own room. Chapter 700. Hand over my man. Seems like he's being detained. The ghost face mask young lad did not even look at the bodyguard at his feet. He raised his feet and walked towards the castle step by step. The idea that the Ping family had not realized for a few generations had appeared in someone else's hands, in front of him, and he had only learned it last night. "You better let me go." Han Bingning suddenly spoke out. On her back, a row of light needles snaked down her spine. Previously, there was an invisible barrier between the two of them. But this barrier was finally broken after Tang Tian gained enlightenment on the laws. The feeling of being able to harmonize with the environment, the feeling of being like a fish in water, was something that Tang Tian had never experienced before. "Tilda, that chasing back, that young lad is like you." Tilda on the ghost face mask, the light aura in his eyes became even brighter, and behind the mask, a sneer as sharp as a blade appeared. Bang! If not for the fact that Ping Xiaoshan was extremely familiar with the spatial undulation, he would not dare believe his own eyes. The other party had actually integrated the Ping family's stealth technique's spatial laws into other techniques. Previously, he had suspected that the other party was the one who had fought with him last night, because their physiques were too similar. Until Tang Tian made his move, he immediately confirmed it, but it did not make him happy at all, but instead made him feel an unprecedented fear. He was completely shocked by the throw, his mind was completely blank. He has never lost before. Han Bingning raised her beautiful chin, her indifferent tone had a trace of pride. Because he was the back that she wanted to follow. Countless people were willing to fight for him, countless people were willing to shed their blood for him. As long as his flag was raised, countless people would rush forward and disregard their lives. As long as his horn was blown, heroes would gather. Tilda not good. Tilda Da Lin was not stupid, on the contrary, she was extremely astute. She could feel the pride in Han Bingning, the pride that came from the depths of her heart, for the figure below. The first time she met Tang Tian was in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open, his body was extremely low, his hands pressing the ink-black iron rhino's head to the ground, his entire body tensed up. The scene of him going berserk seemed like it was yesterday. A gust of dark wind came. Tang Tian muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but his words mixed with the fluttering of the flag, carried by the wind to every corner. Under the calm, it was as if a storm was quietly gathering. An indescribable pressure enveloped the entire area. His vision blurred, and then he saw a flash of saber light and the countless bubbles it produced. That ghostly face glanced at them from afar. Da Lin did not know if it was an illusion. The 5 guards attacked at the same time, their momentum was incomparably terrifying. No one present saw Tang Tian's movements clearly. In that instant, the air around Tang Tian seemed to have become blurry. On the castle, Ping Xiaoshan, who was watching, quivered, his face changed, his heart was at his throat. The guards of Miss Da Lin's residence were all elites, and they were all very strong. Every year, Miss Da Lin's residence would replenish new blood and recruit new bodyguards. Ping Xiaoshan had tried but was rejected. The 5 people in front of him were the elites of the guards, and the leader, Boss Hua, had a bit of fame. That throw used spatial laws, and it was the Ping family's stealth technique's spatial laws. Da Lin's expression congealed. The more casual the opponent was, the more confident he was. It was a pleasure. The leader of the guard's face changed, but it was too late to stop him. A fierce look flashed past his eyes. He might as well go all out. No matter how powerful the opponent was, he was only one person. Above the castle's gates, there were spiderweb-like cracks, and in the middle was a black flag. The flag drooped downwards, and the blood-red bear looked extremely comical. But no one could laugh. Tang Tian's move had shocked the entire place. "Tilda, how is that possible? Tilda, did you make a mistake?" The leader of the guards was experienced, and knew that he could not admit to it. What was even more strange was that there was no sound of wind, no whistling, there were no ripples in the air. The bear flag seemed to have extended over a few thousand meters, and stuck deeply above the castle gates. But the most sinister one was Boss Hua. His sword had disappeared from the continuous attacks. Just as the young man with the ghost mask was about to be engulfed by the attacks that covered the sky and the earth, the pair of eyes that had always been calm under the sinister and ugly ghost mask suddenly lit up with brilliance. Ping Xiaoshan, who was in the crowd, stared blankly at the bear flag, his face without any blood. The indescribable brilliance was as calm as water, and as clear as a demon. No one could see his movements clearly. The figure flashed, and disappeared. He stood in his original position, as though he had never moved. The high-spirited young man was their king. Around Tang Tian, there was no one standing. With a thought, Tang Tian's body moved, and his figure suddenly became blurry. In front of him, the black flag was stuck in the city gates, the blood bear danced in the wind, it was sinister and silent. Boss Hu felt as though he had been struck by a wild beast, his throat tasted sweet, and he flew out. The 5 fingers on his right hand clenched into a fist, he punched the air in front of him, and a ripple spread out from Tang Tian's fist. The blood rain that flew towards Tang Tian seemed to have met with an invisible umbrella, and exploded. I just learned the Ping family's stealth techniques last night. A brazen idea suddenly popped out in his mind. There was no place more suitable than the Sin domain for a zero-energy body. She was tall and slender with fair skin, her blue eyes were as mesmerizing as the ocean, her golden hair was tied up in a high bun, and she looked down from above, filled with an air of judgment. She was only 24 years old, but her mind was far more mature than people of the same age, and she was the one who made the decision to buy Han Bingning. Her leg was like a blade, with the force of a heavy axe, she slashed down on the right side of the void. A few of the guards subconsciously retreated 2 steps. The leader of the guards was the first to react, although he was shocked, but he did not forget his duty, he suppressed the fear in his heart and took a step forward, and spoke with difficulty, "Sire." Han Bingning did not say anything to Da Lin, as she disdained to explain. Tang Tian did not know that he had done it on purpose, as the castle was too far away, and it was difficult to throw it with ordinary methods. The first to charge forward were the 5 bodyguards who were blocking Tang Tian's way. "Hand over my man." The spiderweb behind him shattered, and the guard spat out blood and fell to the ground. Behind the mask, Tang Tian laughed sinisterly, without saying anything else, he extended his arm and grabbed the bear flag. His 5 fingers grabbed onto the pole, Kai, the pole was once again pulled out from the ground. 5 figures interweaved like lightning, and pounced towards Tang Tian at the same time. The red flame spear had already touched Tang Tian's waist, causing the guard to reveal a look of ecstasy. The red flame was the red lotus flame that he had comprehended from the fire laws, it looked unremarkable, but was extremely powerful, and upon contact with it, he would definitely be incinerated. In the silence, slow footsteps came out, the young man wearing the ghost face mask calmly walked towards the castle gates. The 2 clashed, the red flame and the air bubble collided, and immediately exploded. The distance between the 2 parties became closer and closer, one of the guards' face turned pale, his mental defense finally crumbled, and he pounced towards Tang Tian. Da Lin was moved, just one person, but he has such a strong conquering aura, I have never heard of such a person in the Ursa Major Null Division, seeing him, I can tell that he is not ordinary. "Is he your commander-in-chief?" A calm and emotionless voice came out from behind the mask. The young man's upper body did not move, his footsteps were not fast, but with every step he took, everyone's heart tensed up. "Oh." Da Lin glanced at Han Bingning, and was surprised, "Seems like you have a lot of confidence in him." After interacting with him for a few days, she had long grasped Han Bingning's personality. A loud sound came out, like a drum being struck, it struck everyone's heart. That guy wearing the ghost face mask. The Ping family's stealth techniques had been improved over the generations, but no one had ever succeeded in using the spatial laws that they grasped to attack. The spatial laws that the Ping family grasped could only be used for stealth and concealment, and that was the reason why the Ping family had gone through 3 generations, and gradually declined. Without fighting ability, it was extremely difficult to survive in the Sin domain. The spacious West Street was dead silent. Han Bingning did not speak, but she did not mind, and continued, "He knows you are here?" "That's right, I think your Ursa Major Null Division only has you, and that is a girl, he just needs to ask around, and naturally know." He looked at the castle in the distance, behind the mask, he licked his lips, "It's too far away." Die. The calm and stern warning, the slow and steady footsteps, the terrifying ghost face mask continued to close in on them, the black flag hanging on the castle behind them, the blood-colored little bear, seemed to be watching them from afar, causing them to feel as though there was a blade on their backs. Tang Tian's hand that was grabbing onto the spear suddenly loosened, and with a casual push, the spear-wielding guard and the blade guard were no longer restrained, and flew towards the spiderweb behind them like sandbags. The darkness that enveloped him, the blade and spear auras, the insidious spiderweb that was hard to detect, was extremely clear in his eyes. Regardless of whether it was Heaven's Road or the sacred Saint Galaxy, the omnipresent energy filled the heaven and earth. Tang Tian's zero-energy body's surroundings were filled with the omnipresent interference and repulsion. He was like a drop of oil in water, unable to merge with the environment. And in the Sin domain, there was no existence of energy, there was no omnipresent interference and repulsion, so Tang Tian's zero-energy body was extremely compatible with the environment. Han Bingning did not make a sound, his eyes blurred, all of the memories that had been sealed for many years surged out like a tide. Boom! The harsh environment of the Sin domain caused the residents who had lived here for generations to feel despair. But Tang Tian felt an indescribable comfort. He was like a fish swimming in the water, free and unrestrained. The guards' actions were like a fuse, immediately causing the originally dangerous situation to completely go out of control. The other companions by his side were extremely tensed, and all of them subconsciously pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's palm that was holding onto the spear had a blurry ripple on it. The red flames that could melt anything was helpless against the blurry ripple. A terrifying force came from the spear body, causing the guard to turn pale with fright. He was unable to react in time, and was lifted up along with his spear. The impact that Ping Xiaoshan received was immense. Pa. It was still the same words, mixed with the slow but firm footsteps. The killing intent was like the autumn wind, the formless cold intent was like the autumn frost, permeating into every corner of the battlefield. A palm suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and grabbed onto his red flame spear. He opened his eyes wide in anger, the power in his entire body surging. A black raindrop shot towards Tang Tian. The black raindrop had a fishy stench, it was called black rain, and was extremely poisonous. One blade and one spear sealed Tang Tian's two sides. The blade light was like a fish swimming in the water, bringing forth dense bubbles. The spear moved like a dragon, the red flames flowed, as though a red dragon was roaring with its head raised. A black illusion appeared behind Tang Tian, the threads that were hard to see with the naked eye quickly formed a large net. The guard who used the spear could not believe his eyes. His gaze suddenly became cold, the fighting intent that he had been suppressing the entire time, and the evil fire in his heart, was like boiling lava, burning through the last layer of rock and spewing out. Tang Tian moved, the light aura formed two bewitching light scars, but his body became extremely strange, and suddenly became blurry. Chapter 701. The Sin domain was the true land of exile. Genius. He is a true genius. The Mu-Er steel guards were famed. After entering the Sin domain, the Mu-Er family did not have a smooth time. They were able to establish their roots because of the generations of steel guards that fought and killed their way out. The group of loyal and devoted steel guards continued to wither, and in this generation, only Ben Sen was left. The black-faced man's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The unprecedented focus caused Tang Tian's intuition to be extremely sharp. It was this sharpness that caused him to be immersed in the mystical world. Since he had made his move, Tang Tian had never thought of mercy. You want me to hand him over? It's not that easy. His hands and feet were ice cold, his face was pale white. Suddenly faintly discernible, suddenly tyrannical, suddenly like a gust of wind, suddenly misty, suddenly cold, suddenly sharp. If he is not dead, I truly cannot be enemies with him. Different from the excited faces around him, Ping Xiaoshan's face was completely white. Black Ben Sen, the Black Ben Sen who had not made a move for 20 years actually made a move. But Tang Tian's following transformation caused the fanatical Ping Xiaoshan to be completely dumbstruck. His unhurried footsteps were like his heartbeat, steady and powerful, and also like the heavy drums of a great battle, unhurried and powerful. Inside his body, there seemed to be something becoming restless. Tang Tian, who was immersed in the world of laws, was completely unaware of what was happening outside, and also completely unaware of the changes happening to his body. If I don't comprehend, then I will comprehend through battle. She could not help but look at Han Bingning again. Han Bingning's expression was still calm, but his gaze had never left ghost face mask. When Da Lin's gaze met Han Bingning's eyes, her mind trembled. In the past few days of interaction, Han Bingning was like an ice mountain to her, especially his eyes, which were like ice crystals, causing people to be unable to get close to him. But at that moment, his eyes that were like ice crystals could not conceal his pride and fanaticism, like a mirror reflecting the light and heat of the sun. In another corner of Purple Cuckoo City, inside a dark room, a man dressed in luxurious clothes gasped, his face changed, and his figure disappeared. It's over, it's all over, his Ping Clan's stealth technique. A person who was so ruthless to himself, a person who didn't leave himself any leeway, a person with such strong beliefs, a person who pursued victory so crazily and stubbornly, he had never seen such a person before. That was when Dorleen was born. He had watched her grow up, and he had been guarding her ever since. What replaced it was a desperation to advance with no retreat and fight with their backs against the wall. Defeat or death. If you don't understand, you'll die. Her clan possessed a noble bloodline. Even though they had declined, the pride in their blood had never left them. If you don't hand him over, then I'll beat you until you do. Just like that, his blood began to boil, bit by bit. Looking down from the sky, one after another figures soared from all directions of the Purple Cuckoo City, and with astonishing speed, they flew towards the Mu'er castle. This aura. Black Ben Sen. If it was said that Tang Tian's previous toss had left him dumbfounded, then Tang Tian's grab made him feel that it was extremely ingenious. Inexplicably, that thought suddenly popped up in his mind. The various families of the Purple Cuckoo City had many experts, but Black Ben Sen was the unassuming one that no one dared to overlook. Every step he took, he had comprehended something. Inside the explosion, Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. She was the one who personally recruited Boss Hue and the other four, and knew of their strengths extremely well. It was because she thought that the five of them had great teamwork and outstanding strength that she entrusted them with heavy responsibilities. But the five of them actually could not even block one move from the other party. Such a powerful martial artist was definitely not a nameless person. Why have I never heard of the Ursa Major Null Division before? Could he be from the Sacred Saint Galaxy? Da Lin's face kept on changing, she shook her head secretly. A gold saint from the Sacred Saint Galaxy, if he were to come to the Sin Domain, his strength would be completely exhausted. Truly a lunatic. When Tang Tian grabbed onto the red flame spear, he had clearly seen it. Tang Tian's hand had grabbed onto the red flame spear, but it was a blur. For the Mu'er family's #1 expert to fight, it immediately made everyone excited. The illustrious Black Ben Sen had become famous 24 years ago, and after 24 years of accumulation, no one dared to be certain of his current strength. In the past 24 years, no one had seen Ben Sen make a move, and he was forever the steel figure that stood behind Da Lin. Miss Da Lin's family was the Mu'er family, and their ancestors were the royal family of the Foul Continent. They were exiled to the Sin Domain, and the original Steel Guards of the royal family rejected the Honorable Marshal Continent's invitation to surrender, and entered the Sin Domain to protect the Mu'er family who were no longer part of the royal family. There was no fear, no retreat, no distracting thoughts, in the entire world. In Tang Tian's eyes, there was only the silent blood-bare black flag on top of the castle's door. It was as though the blazing fighting intent was mixed in his blood, flowing endlessly in his body. Tang Tian was immersed in an indescribable and miraculous state. His body was boiling hot, his fighting intent was so intense that he was trembling, but his state of mind seemed to have been pulled out, as he experienced the true sea of laws. He was like a fish swimming in the ocean, an indescribable comfort, an indescribable enjoyment. But no matter what, he would not allow Miss Da Lin's dignity to be trampled on. But he knew that it was a battlefield, and it was not easy to gain anything. When the black-faced burly man appeared on the West Street, it caused a commotion. Who had ever seen such a scene before? The huge West Street was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Space was not only used to escape, it could also be used to attack and defend. The red flame spear could melt anything, but it was unable to melt space. The blurred area between Tang Tian's palm and the spear body was a thin layer of space. He took a deep breath and suppressed all the thoughts in his mind, and his gaze regained its calmness. The ghost face mask's craziness and powerful willpower made him deeply respect him. Every step he took, he had gained something. That was his willpower. After that, the Mu'er family did not have to fight anymore, they got rid of their decline and became more prosperous. Tang Tian did not notice anything, He was immersed in the sea of laws. All the original and unmodified laws were presented to him in their most primitive form. The Mu'er family. That guy is finally going to make his move. He leapt up and landed in front of Tang Tian. Walking alone on the spacious West Street, he did not hear the moans behind him. The wind gradually blew like a horn, the violets swayed like a waterfall, like a flag fluttering in the wind. Every step he took made everyone feel as though the ghost face mask who was slowly walking forward was a different person. The black-faced burly man who had just come down from the castle stopped in his tracks, a look of disbelief flashed past his eyes. He is actually enlightening himself here. After learning the Ping family's stealth techniques for a night, he was actually able to unleash it to such an inconceivable level. Aside from being shocked, Ping Xiaoshan was also extremely excited. It was just a throw and grab, but it allowed Ping Xiaoshan to see the astonishing potential of the Ping family's stealth techniques. Is he going to fight to the death? Tang Tian sensed that there was someone in front of him, and immediately became alert, and broke away from the miraculous state. He was not satisfied. To be able to enter such a miraculous state of enlightenment, it was something that could only be discovered and not sought. If he had more time, he would have gained even more. If you can. It was not easy to survive in the Sin domain, especially for the people at the bottom. They had to struggle with all their might to obtain the qualifications to survive. He had initially thought that he had seen through everything, and had long seen through the world, and was indifferent to it, but the scene in front of him had completely toppled all of his previous knowledge. He took a deep breath, the look of shock in his eyes disappeared, and what replaced it was ruthlessness and decisiveness. He had seen many talented people, and at the same time, he knew that there were many hardworking people, but it was the first time he had seen someone who had the guts to walk leisurely on the battlefield and peacefully gain enlightenment. Tang Tian's eyes dilated. He suddenly stepped forward with his left leg, causing the surrounding air to explode. Quickly run. He is truly dead set on me. Lin bit her lips, but her heart was filled with unwillingness. Ben Sen's experiences could be said to be legendary. He had received the strictest grooming since young, and at the age of 14, he traveled far and wide, fighting in the various cities of the Sin domain, creating the name of Black Ben Sen. At the age of 22, he returned to the Mu'er family with a body of scars, and took up the position of a steel guard. Senior Gui Wu will never think that there would actually be a place like the Sin domain in the world. His gaze landed on Ben Senator previously. His body was boiling with fighting intent that was suppressed by the state of enlightenment, but at that moment, it had lost all of its restraints, and erupted like a volcano. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly turned red. The surging fighting intent instantly swallowed the calmness that he had gained enlightenment in his heart. How can a person's temperament change so much? His temperament was constantly changing. At that time, the Mu'er family was in a precarious situation, and when they announced that Ben Sen had returned to the family and become a steel guard, the Mu'er family's situation immediately stabilized. In the straw hut, the long-haired man stood up. He opened his palm. The sword on the ground flew into his hand, and he soared into the sky. Step by step, he changed. For some reason, Ghost Face Mask, who was walking slowly on the West Street, the fluctuating aura suddenly disappeared in the black-faced man's eyes. Ping Xiaoshan's mouth did not close. This is my battlefield. Before Ben Sen could finish, the aura of the young man in front of him changed. It was easier to gain enlightenment on laws in Heaven's Road than in the Sacred Saint Galaxy, because the energy in Heaven's Road was much thinner, and laws appeared much more easily. In the Sin domain, there was no energy at all, and laws appeared in front of Tang Tian. Most of the people in the Sin domain gained enlightenment on laws, because it was much easier to gain enlightenment on laws here as compared to other places. Who is he? That's right, in the eyes of others, the Sin domain was a land of exile, but in his eyes, it was a true land of treasures. What? What's going on? It was a sea of laws, but it was different from the sea of laws in the forceful subjugating bead. The sea of laws was real, it was even more chaotic and disorderly, but at the same time, it was even more balanced and stable. Above the castle, Lin, who had maintained her composure the entire time, had a change in expression for the first time. Lin tilted her head and signaled to the black-faced man who was standing at the side. The man nodded and quietly left. Tilda, how audacious. Tilda, but no one dared to do anything to the Mu'er family. Ben Sen was the steel guard, and protected Da Lin. Chapter 702. That slight opening was enough for him. His aura was locked on. The intense sense of danger caused all of the hairs on Tang Tian's body to stand. In the next moment, a shadow cut into the red fist aura. If Tang Tian was a nameless person, he would feel that he had some value. But in the eyes of an existence like Ben Sen, he was just an ant, and had no value. It was actually Boss, his most proficient shadowless sword. Dense clashing sounds came out, the formless sword came out from the void, the sparks from the collision were faintly discernible. The frequency of the attacks from both parties were extremely high, and the speed of their changes were unimaginable. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there were many changes. Adding them together, Tang Tian had also become extremely terrifying. Dark spider web. Both parties exchanged over 100 moves, but the opponent's techniques did not overlap at all. The laws that he had gained enlightenment on seemed to be endless. The imposing bellow was like a heavy drum that fiercely struck everyone's heart. It was such a rare opportunity, and everyone opened their eyes wide, afraid to miss out on anything. Tilda, too terrifying. Tilda, but they did not know that it would cause his physical strength to be consumed even faster. Tilda, the same level as Black Ben Sen? Tilda, what a joke. Tilda, truly a boorish fellow. Tilda, now is the time. Tang Tian's speed was extremely fast. In the blurred after images, the ghost face was extremely strange, and the originally cold and bewitching pupils were blazing with fighting intent. Even the airwaves that were rushing toward him seemed to have become scorching hot. The important thing was not what law you knew, but how deep your comprehension of the law was. As long as your comprehension was deep enough, one law could break 10,000 laws. That was the logic behind it. In history, there were many people who had gained enlightenment on common laws and became powerful martial artists. Ben Sen squinted his eyes. The ice crystal-like blades that coiled around his wrists suddenly shot forward. Tang Tian's personality was unyielding and tenacious. The stronger he met, the stronger the opponent was. Not only did it not scare him, but it made his fighting intent even higher. Everyone who was watching the battle were all intoxicated. A powerful martial artist like Ben Sen would not easily make a move. Whoever dared to challenge Ben Sen would mean that they would break off all relations with the Mu'er family. But when he lowered his head to look, his face turned pale. Wherever the chi wave swept past, the smooth surface of the West Street was left with countless tiny marks, as if a sharp steel brush had brushed past. Come on. The battle at West Street had reached its climax right from the start. The wind blade in Ben Sen's hand changed according to his will, suddenly dispersing and gathering. Tang Tian suffered quite a few losses, leaving 7 to 8 scars on his body. He looked at the two people fighting in the distance and could not believe his eyes. Tang Tian was actually not at a disadvantage. Although he was defeated by Tang Tian last night, he naturally knew that Tang Tian's strength was extraordinary. However, what he thought of as extraordinary was that Tang Tian was only slightly stronger than him. It was precisely because of this powerful body that those heterogeneous nomological laws could erupt with astonishing power. Ben Sen's mind was calm. He secretly accumulated his strength. He was waiting for the moment the enemy's strength was exhausted to reveal a flaw. Ben Sen squinted his eyes. He did not move. The enemy was filled with determination and craziness, and had long displayed it in the Enlightenment Dao at West Street. He was an opponent that did not need to doubt his willpower. The enemy seemed to have all sorts of laws, but it was extremely heterogeneous, and it was difficult to grasp the true essence of it. All of these changes were just small tricks. To Ben Sen, the enemy was already on the wrong path. After fighting for such a long time, he was extremely clear of Ghostface Mask's strength. As long as that flaw appeared, he had the confidence to kill him in one strike. It was the first time Ben Sen had met such a strange and difficult opponent. All three of them were Boss Hua and the rest's consummate techniques, and in just one exchange, he had actually learned them. Although he was still young, but he was able to grasp the essence of it, and his changes were extremely fast, causing people to be unable to defend against it. Behind the mask, a smile appeared. The unyielding could not last for long. That was a logic that any experienced veteran knew. In the sky not far away, a few people were watching with rapt attention. The surging air currents were extremely sharp. They whistled past the West Street, causing countless of violet orchids to shatter, and then being swept up into the sky, colliding with another ball of air currents, scattering down like rain, enveloping the entire West Street. The West Street had become the battlefield for the two of them. The ground was filled with craters, rocks and stones were scattered everywhere, occasionally being swept up by the air currents, producing sounds like raindrops. The stone walls on both sides of the street were collapsing. The violet orchids that were like waterfalls were already riddled with holes, and not many of them were left. The wind blade in his hand melted like ice, transforming into a formless wind. Ben Sen had already started to consciously conserve his physical strength. The majority of the clashes between both parties were head-on, which meant that both parties would consume a lot of physical strength. But Ghostface Mask seemed to not know fatigue. He was unable to maintain an all-out attack for a long time. Once his physical strength was exhausted, it meant that he had lost the greatest initiative in the battlefield. In terms of strength, Tang Tian was definitely not Ben Sen's opponent. The opponent's wind blade was extremely profound, and was not something that Tang Tian, a rookie who had just peeked into the realm of laws, could compare to. But Tang Tian had once again found his original heart. His state of mind was flawless, his fighting spirit was like a fire, burning to the extreme. He had trained in the zero-energy body for a long time, and the Sin domain had an innate affinity with the zero-energy body, allowing him to be like a fish in water. Adding the enlightenment he had just gained, he was extremely agile. Ben Sen's aura surged. He raised the wind blade in his hand up high, causing the surrounding wind to stop. The thunderous roar seemed to reverberate endlessly in the valley. Ping Xiaoshan saw the opportunity quickly. With a flash, he jumped 70 m high and dodged the chi wave. Tilda, come on. Come on. Tilda, bang. But the scene in front of him made him unable to smile. Tang Tian's display of tyrannical strength was enough to prove everything. Unknowingly, his mentality had changed. He suddenly thought about his own thoughts, and became anxious. His wind blade could easily shatter the red flames, but the powerful force caused his mind to tremble. It was the purest form of physical strength. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His eyes were fixated on Ben Sen. He roared and punched out. The bright red flames enveloped Tang Tian's fist. The red flames surged like a dragon's head roaring. Xiao Feng. The red flames dissipated, and a dark and lifeless black line appeared out of nowhere, coiling around Ben Sen's wrist. On one hand, it was because the fighting intent that had been brewing in his body for a long time had nowhere to be released. Adding the suppression from the state of enlightenment, it was already on the verge of exploding. As long as there was a spark, it would explode. But on the other hand, it was because of Ben Sen's strength. With a cold snort, the wind blade in his hand became formless, as though it had disappeared in the air. The Ghostface Mask remained cold. The young man's pupils became dim, as though he had exhausted all of his strength. Ben Sen's eyes constricted. The fists formed from the red flame spear. Ben Sen remained calm. He could feel that the opponent's attacks had become even more ferocious, but he knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, the sign of the opponent's physical strength being exhausted. The fear brought about by the exhaustion of physical strength made the opponent want to quickly end the battle. Ben Sen originally wanted to say a few words. The various families in the Sin domain were all big families, and if they did not agree with each other, they would draw their swords and be viewed as ordinary people. Ben Sen's wind blade was not some profound law, but in his hands, it was extremely powerful. Even with Ben Sen's rich battle experience, facing such a strange person, he was still flustered. Such a degree of law was naturally unable to restrict Ben Sen. Ben Sen snorted. The wind blade in his hand immediately dissipated, transforming into 10 fine blades. Like ice crystals, they coiled around his wrist, causing the spiderwebs to crumble. If it was just that, it would only make him flustered. Other than time, space, life and death, the three most fundamental laws, the other laws did not have much of a difference. On the battlefield, Tang Tian had started to suppress Ben Sen. Under his torrential attacks, Ben Sen was forced to retreat step by step. But veterans with some battle experience would notice that although Ben Sen was retreating, his footwork and rhythm were not messed up at all. Ben Sen retreated slightly, his calloused palms opened up, and the air around his palms flowed like mist. Bang! He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, a shadow appeared, and the blade hilt appeared in his hands. Bang! Ding ding ding! Suddenly, he sensed that the opponent's leg blade had a momentary pause. At this stage, who would care about a street? He did not have any intention of dodging. Facing the shadow, he twisted his body in the air and raised his right leg. Like a heavy axe, he fiercely chopped down. Tang Tian's eyes constricted. The shadow was as fast as lightning, but Tang Tian's fighting intent was at its peak. His body was like a volcano, with countless of magma surging, ready to erupt at any time. Like 2 rays of lightning, they chased each other. Ben Sen's law was extremely unique, gathering wind as a blade. After being immersed in it for 10 years, his blade technique had already gained the charm of the wind laws. Sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was violent, sometimes it was sharp, it was ever-changing. Kai, a blood arrow shot out from Tang Tian's ribs, transforming into a blood mist. Before it could even disperse, it was dispersed by the chaotic flow. Tang Tian was completely berserk. Until now, Ghost Face Mask's aura was still blazing like fire. He was like a regiment of flames that would never be extinguished. It was as though the injuries did not affect him at all, as though his physical strength was not depleted at all. The explosive sound of the collision resonated throughout the entire Purple Cuckoo City. He roared in his heart. The 2 powerful forces clashed, and a visible shockwave exploded out, sweeping across the West Street. But, do you think you can win just by relying on your willpower? Too naive. The shockwave was as solid as a wall, whistling as it came crashing down. Everyone's expression changed, and they all activated their own defenses. The stronger ones only felt their bodies shake, while the weaker ones staggered back 7 or 8 steps before they could stop. But, to be able to fight with Ben Sen for so long, the other party did not only rely on his mixed and shallow laws, but also his extremely powerful body. Clang, the sound of a blade being unsheathed, a figure flew up and slashed at Tang Tian. Blindly attacking was definitely not a smart move. No matter how astonishing his physical strength was, after a period of time, he would definitely be exhausted and weak. Ben Sen was like an experienced hunter, patiently lying in wait, waiting for an opportunity. Ping Xiaoshan, who had a pale face, floated back for another 30 before stopping. Since young, Ben Sen had received extremely strict grooming, and his body was extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary people. But, after personally fighting him, Ben Sen knew that his body was extremely strong, and it was truly unfathomable. This person's fighting intent is truly high. The swordsman muttered. He floated in the air, quietly watching the intense battle below. If that's all, then there is nothing to fear. Inside the purple rain, 2 figures were like 2 bolts of lightning, frantically chasing and clashing. Ben Sen's aura immediately changed. The originally calm and collected figure suddenly became high-spirited and angry. Chapter 703. It was a pure sword concept, using the coldness of the glacier, yet not losing the original intent of the sword. The swordsman could not help but reveal a look of admiration. Many swordsmen started off by pursuing power and variations, adding in more laws. They could increase their power at the start, but it was extremely heterogeneous, and in the later stages, it was extremely difficult to improve. Tang Tian, who was frustrated in his heart, forcefully turned his body and waited. A gust of wind blew past her body. Bang! The blood mist exploded once again. The power was released. Suddenly, a hand extended out from behind and grabbed onto Han Bingning's arm. Han Bingning's body froze. Her aura immediately became like an avalanche, disappearing without a trace. The formless wind was silent. No. How? How did he find out? Hair. The man in luxurious robes who was spectating from afar was moved. He did not sense any undulations. He could not help but glance at the swordsman in the distance. The swordsman's face also revealed a look of surprise. Another 2 streaks of blood appeared on Tang Tian's shoulders. The red flames turned grey. 2 blood arrows shot out from Tang Tian's legs, causing 2 streaks of blood to appear in the air. The smile on Tang Tian's face disappeared. He exhaled, he grabbed onto Da Lin, and using all of his strength, he threw her in another direction. The surrounding scenery quickly swept past, but Tang Tian's gaze never left the figure on the tower. Ben Sen's palm that had opened up unknowingly suddenly closed. Da Lin's face was pale white from the sudden change. From her position, she could see everything clearly. The gigantic explosion had completely destroyed the West Street, and the ring-shaped shockwave swept out in all directions. Da Lin's screams continued to sound out, causing Ben Sen's aura to drop. He forcefully turned his body in the air and chased after Da Lin. Tilda, how is that possible? Tilda, was he pretending all along? Ben Sen's face changed. Before he could react, the wind in front of him suddenly exploded. What was left was a group of nervous guards who looked at each other. No. Ben Sen's roar, even in the roaring shockwave, caused everyone's heart to tremble. The ghostly face that alternated between green and black was silent, but the cold light in its eyes became wild and blazing. Amidst the flying blood mist, the young man stretched his body and twisted his waist in midair. He seemed to be unaware of the increasing number of wounds on his body. He actually found the vent of little wind. With her as the center, the white frost quickly spread out along the ground. She stood proudly. There was no sword in her hand, but the sharp and cold sword essence soared into the sky. Tang Tian quickly pulled out all the light needles on her back. For some reason, the swordsman's breathing suddenly stopped, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the scabbard. Everyone was shocked by the scale of the explosion. The terrifying shockwave was rampaging and the entire West Street was razed to the ground. The onlookers were doing their best to resist the shockwave. At this time, no one noticed Tang Tian flying out. Kai. The scene seemed to freeze. His body twisted like a bowstring, full of power and beauty, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. The bloody mist that filled the sky caused this scene to be filled with a breathtaking beauty. It had an unparalleled visual impact. Only those who could stick to their hearts could reach the pinnacle of the sword Dao. He did not look at Grimace. Grimace was no longer as breathtaking as before. The current Grimace was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. When he would die, would depend on when Ben Sen would tighten the noose around his neck. Tang Tian punched out, causing red flames to form. Who would have thought that the rough-looking black Ben Sen would do such a thing? The surging guards all had a change in expression, and all of them stopped in their tracks. Bang! The shockwave fiercely struck his back, the wounds on his body suddenly burst open, and blood flowed out. Tang Tian's eyes almost turned black, he groaned, and endured the pain. Wait a minute, that is. The man in luxurious clothes was shocked. He stared intently at Ben Sen. As expected of black Ben Sen. This time, the Mu'er family's reputation will rise once again. The Mu'er family had underestimated Ben Sen's strength. It is time to kill you. Gu. The two of them rolled out for a few meters. The sinister ghost face mask was extremely sinister. His four limbs spread out. Like a large net, he pounced towards her at an astonishing speed. Tang Tian shook his head and stood up, feeling dizzy. Han Bingning's expression was still ice-cold, but her neck was flushed red. Ben Sen's heart was filled with shock. His small wind's killing intent was hidden and invisible. It was as gentle as water, even the undulations of laws were dispelled by it. Such a killing technique was definitely not something that Ghost Face Mask could send. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a small black dot grew bigger in her vision. Not good. When Tang Tian realized that something was wrong, the two of them were already unable to stop. He did not resist the force, he was unable to resist at all, and his body was flung out. Behind Ghost Face Mask, Tang Tian revealed a pleased smile. He used his hands and feet to hug onto Han Bingning, but in the next moment, Tang Tian's expression froze. Han Bingning's entire body was restricted, and she was extremely weak. That is not Hong Yang. Die. Tang Tian's speed was extremely fast, leaving behind after images in the air. I never thought of that. There's no more time. Anger. Ben Sen's expression also changed. The swordsman was even more direct. He turned and prepared to leave. He had already lost interest in the battle that had lost all suspense. Is Ben Sen already so strong? In Sin Domain, the strong were respected, and a strong martial artist was able to support an entire family. The Sin Domain originally did not have many people, and after many generations of cruel elimination, only half of them were left. With such a small population, the Sin domain was unable to walk the path of armies like the sacred Saint Galaxy. The use of strong martial artists became even more prominent. The awakening of the null flames, the disguise of the null flames as red flames, fusing with his comprehension of conciseness, he threw out all of his trump cards in one go. There was no brilliance, no whistling, even the air did not ripple. They were able to do it, but to be able to conceal the undulations of laws, that was too terrifying. There was only one way to block such an attack, and that was a defensive domain that had no blind spots. Han Bingning's face turned cold. He did not make a move, but his entire aura surged. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He turned to look, only to see a small black dot pouncing towards him at an astonishing speed. He could imagine that Ben Sen was like an enraged lion, a slightly black lion. The red fist flames were like a regiment of flames that fiercely struck the wind gap. In the next moment, his eyes constricted. Tang Tian's fist actually struck the air in front of him. Tang Tian grabbed onto Han Bingning's arm with one hand and the black flag with the other. He took a step forward, and the two of them immediately became blurry and disappeared. The wind gap of Gale had always been changing. How can the enemy find it? In that moment, countless thoughts flashed past Ben Sen's mind, but he immediately calmed down, although he was confident that Gale's wind gap was well hidden, and the enemy would not be able to sense it. But he was still clear of the weakness of his technique, so he had meticulously made a plan for the wind gap. Da Lin was like an arrow that left the bow, flying towards Tang Tian's left side. Kai. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered with more than 10 wounds. Not good. The luxuriously dressed man's thoughts were more focused on the undulations that would be caused by the battle. Ben Sen's powerful performance would definitely break the balance of Purple Cuckoo City, and there would definitely be a storm. Da Lin's mind was blank. She was completely scared silly. She felt as though she was going to be devoured. I caught him. The scale of the explosion was unprecedented. The terrifying shockwave swept past Ben Sen, causing him to feel a wave of energy that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, causing him to lose control of his body. Bang! He was directly flung out. Will I look more handsome if I sing at such a time? Or should I raise my arms and say godlike young lad go go go? What should I do to make myself look more powerful? If Ling Shu were to see this, he would definitely be in awe of me, right? If not, a Maori, that barbaric bull, would be able to see this. A burst of extremely cold energy caused Ben Sen's face to change. His body became slightly numb. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. What law is this? Tang Tian shot forward and grabbed onto Da Lin, who was completely stunned. Ghost face mask is finished. He only had time to realize that something was wrong when Ghost Face Mask's fist had already been released. The swordsman who was watching the battle in the sky could not help but exclaim out. His eyes lit up. As a swordsman, he had a higher sensitivity towards sword concepts, and was even more interested in them. Tang Tian, who had released his fist, was as calm as a different person. He floated silently in the air. The green and black ghost face mask remained silent. The blazing light aura in his eyes dimmed down, and what replaced it was a silent determination that was as deep as the abyss. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He used his hands and legs to crawl to the door and pulled out the flag. The blood bear on the black flag had a face of ridicule, laughing at his sorry state. No matter how Tang Tian looked at it, he felt that it was not pleasing to the eye. No, I have to get Han Bingning to draw it again when I return. The chi waves whistled and crushed toward them, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The air around Tang Tian suddenly became sluggish. An intense sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian's mind. Red flame spear? Or this technique? Ben Sen squinted his eyes. It seemed like the opponent was truly at the end of his rope. The laws he used previously were not repeated, and he was actually using the same technique. Seeing that, Ben Sen's eyes were about to pop out. It was not forced at all. It was as though the fist was formed naturally. It could not be any more natural. It was like a flood that broke the dam and surged forth with an unstoppable force. The man in luxurious robes had a serious expression. At their level, the undulations of laws could not be hidden from them. But Ben Sen's attack was formless and formless. and did not have any undulations. Tilda, it was for this fist. Tilda, the young man behind the mask twitched his mouth. Tilda, so painful. Tilda, the two astonishing powers clashed without any fanciful movements. The wind that originally controlled the flow of air lost control, and caused a chain of explosions that sounded out. Bang, bang, bang. The feeling of power being overflowing caused the man in luxurious robes and the swordsman's faces to change. Suddenly, he sensed something, and turned around. Tilda, impossible. Tilda, the guards of the Mua residence seemed to have awoken from a dream. They saw that Tang Tian had to use both his hands and legs to pull out the flag, and knew that his physical strength was exhausted. All of them were roused, and surrounded him like a tide. Kai Kai. The ghost face mask that was surrounded by the formless killing intent, its dim eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Chapter 704. Tilda, aren't laws like the martial technique system? Tilda, the gigantic martial technique system was also like a gigantic and lush tree. But, all of the martial techniques, after being dismantled, traced back to the source, they all returned to the fundamental martial techniques. Tang Tian was naturally not discouraged. The difference in realm was never the only factor that determined victory or defeat. If not, he would not have been able to snatch Han Bingning away from the Mua family. Because he suddenly realized that when he deduced from high to low, the fundamental martial techniques had a few minute mistakes and omissions. Voices could be faintly heard from outside. That was also why old Granny Shui saw that Tang Tian's body was so strong, and decided to buy him. Tilda, furthermore, why must I adhere to laws? Tilda, the laws themselves existed. Every punch he threw out contained the laws within it. She sat cross-legged and recovered her strength. Tang Tian placed the mask and the flag into Han Bingning's bosom. Find a place to hide them. For example, Ben Sen, he used the power of the physique to control the wind blades. Black Ben Sen's body was tempered to become extremely strong. Tang Tian was deep in thought. He suddenly started to train in fundamental martial techniques. Tilda, these two things are currently very eye-catching. If anyone sees them, it will be troublesome. Tilda, did my brain get caught in the door? Forget about the mask. I actually used a broken flag to parade around the city. The crucial point is, it is so ugly. Sigh, I have lost so much face. Tang Tian pinched his fingers and pondered. Although the null flames were powerful, but its might was greatly reduced in the Sin domain. Because there was no energy here, the forceful energy destruction effect was not very useful to him. But the zero energy body could be improved, which meant that the power of his physique could become even stronger. She was a quiet person, although her strength had been sealed for the past few days, but she did not give up. She trained in the zero energy body as well, and the uniqueness of the Sin domain was immediately sensed by her intelligent mind. She quietly observed and sensed the laws around her. Tang Tian's heart suddenly moved. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques had a rare change. Tang Tian shook slightly, and the scabs on his body dispersed like smoke. His exposed skin was no different from before. That's right, fundamental martial techniques were the starting point of all martial techniques. However, the reason why there were still high-level martial techniques was because they needed to change. These changes were derived from fundamental martial techniques, but if it was not deduced, these changes would not be known by others. She knew that today's battle was just a prelude. When Tang Tian took action, he would not stop until he was dead. Her crystal-like eyes flashed with unswerving determination and agitation. Wasn't this her dream, the chance to fight alongside him? The contest between energies was still a contest of quantity. More abundant and denser energy was always the key to victory. The confrontation of laws was a confrontation of quality. The deeper one's understanding of the laws, the greater the power. For example, the spatial law. The spatial law of the Ping clan stealth art had endless transformations. Tang Tian thought of a few ways to use it, and the effects were pretty good. But Tang Tian also knew that it was convenient for him to use these laws, as he was taking advantage of the zero energy body. But his understanding of every single law was very shallow, it was extremely complicated, and could only be used to bluff. Ben Sen's wind blade was not considered an unorthodox law, but it could easily dissolve all of his attacks. He suddenly thought of a question that he had neglected in the past. Fundamental martial techniques were the origin of all martial techniques. So why were there still higher-grade martial techniques? If the origin was even more powerful, wouldn't he just directly train in it? There were piles of goods everywhere, but no one was around. Han Bingning relaxed. It meant that they were at least safe. He was completely immersed in his fundamental martial techniques. The power of qi and blood in his body was extremely weak, and did not have any brilliance. If a powerful martial artist were to see it, they would be shocked to realize that the fundamental martial techniques in Tang Tian's hands had suddenly become unpredictable. Why are there still such high-grade martial techniques? High-grade martial techniques have even more variations, and are able to use even more energy, and become even more powerful. Han Bingning turned to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's expression was somewhat awkward, but luckily he was wearing a mask, and no one could tell. He was cursing the two ladies in his heart, to actually speak ill of the godlike young lad behind his back. You two assholes. Upon thinking of that, Tang Tian became extremely excited. If that thought could be realized, then it would be too powerful. But he quickly calmed down. Although the thought was good, but to him, it was impractical. To turn complicated into simple, one needed to understand what was complicated. An indescribable feeling started to grow in his heart. Tang Tian nodded his head at Han Bingning, then quietly pushed open the warehouse door and left. His fundamental martial techniques had been tempered thousands of times, and had reached the pinnacle, and had been washed clean. Now that she had regained her freedom, with the impending battle, she removed all distracting thoughts and focused on training. What is the pinnacle? She had finally caught up to the back of the person she was chasing after, and her mood was extremely calm. Tang Tian, who was in a daze, did not notice that his surroundings were gradually forming. In Sacred Saint Galaxy's Heaven's Road, laws were often used to move energy, allowing the energy to be more efficient and powerful. But if I already know about these variations, can I assimilate them into my fundamental martial techniques? When Han Bingning saw the familiar face, her state of mind calmed down. All the worry and fear that she had for the past few days had all disappeared. Thinking about the battle, even someone as cold as ice like her could not help but be moved. Such a huge commotion. God, will the entire city be destroyed? That scared me to death. Ben Sen's enlightenment on laws was much more powerful and profound than Ping Xiaoshan. I can use spatial laws to deal with the red flame spear, but in front of Ben Sen's windblades, it is useless. But it was not the time to speak. He lowered his voice and said, "You hide here for a while. I will come over tonight." Counting it, Tang Tian had already seen 3 completely different martial technique systems. Heaven's Road, Sacred Saint Galaxy, Sin Domain, all 3 were different. The Sacred Saint Galaxy was filled with dense energy, and as a natural saint, their usage of energy had reached an unfathomable level. The Sin Domain was the complete opposite. It did not have any energy, and laws were like fish in the water, clearly visible. Heaven's Road was in between the two. With a suitable concentration of energy, it gave birth to a mystical spirit. Fundamental martial techniques were the starting point of all martial techniques, and also the source of all martial techniques. Tang Tian knew that his zero-energy body had advanced a step further. Without any energy, the pure power of the physique was even more vigorous and pure. In the future, as long as Tang Tian's vitals were not injured, his wounds would naturally heal. Tang Tian, who was pleasantly surprised, started to reminisce about the battle. It was his first time fighting with a Sin Domain martial artist, and he had gained a lot. He had to admit that the Sin Domain's martial techniques had opened up a brand new path, and directly pointed to the laws themselves. The martial techniques in Tang Tian's hands started to change. All the martial techniques that he was proficient in, all of them were unleashed by his hands, and he tried to understand the changes. He had trained in many martial techniques before, and after a round of practice, he gradually understood them. Sure, lower your voice. Sister Ming Zhu and young Master Qin just went to watch the show. They should be back soon. Han Bingning only felt that the indescribable undulations binding her body had disappeared. She felt extremely relaxed, and her vision turned dark. But with Han Bingning's eyesight, the darkness did not affect her at all, and she looked around cautiously. Luckily, the Shui family treated their servants generously, and had prepared many sets of clothes, although they were made of coarse cloth, but Tang Tian did not care. From fundamental martial techniques, he had gained enlightenment on the Tao of conciseness, which could not be called a law, but more accurately, it was a way of thinking towards laws. But to Tang Tian, it was the most suitable path. Do laws also have fundamental laws like fundamental martial techniques? The problem now was, in the large riverbed, there were countless of stones, and choosing which stone was the biggest problem. After changing his clothes, Tang Tian realized that the wounds on his body had already started to form scabs. That's right, it's like thunder. These transformations do not exist in fundamental martial techniques, it's just that you can't see them. Only when you have trained in high-level martial techniques will you understand the possibilities and transformations that exist. That's right. That brat is too lazy, he is guarding the warehouse, but he actually sleeps like a pig. When young Master Qin came, he was actually snoring. Didn't you see how bad Sister Ming Zhu's expression was? Tang Tian suddenly started to train backwards, starting from high-level martial techniques, he started to train step by step. Every law was not pure, they had many branches, and when they fused with other laws, they would form brand new laws. Laws like space, time, life and death, all of these laws were like large and lush trees, with trillions of branches. Laws were the laws of the heaven and earth, laws themselves did not have any power, they were just a trick, and grasping the trick would allow you to save energy, but if you did not even have the initial power, no matter how deep your understanding of laws was, you would not be able to move a small stone. But in the Sin domain, there was no energy. To pry open laws, they had to think of another way. The Sin domain people thought of a way, and that was to use the power of the physique. Tang Tian carefully avoided the people coming and going, and finally returned to his own residence. He lowered his head to look at his clothes, which had been sliced into pieces by Ben Sen's wind blades. Tang Tian slowly realized that his situation was different from others. His zero-energy body had the potential to improve further in the Sin domain, and that was to use laws to strengthen it. Regardless of whether it was in the Sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road, it was not easy, as the two places were filled with energy. But here, it was not a problem. Laws were like a riverbed without water, they were exposed, and could be easily picked up. The path of the Sin domain was more suitable for Tang Tian. She forcefully suppressed her emotions and calmed herself down. All right. Han Bingning did not hesitate. The warehouse occupied a large area, with many containers inside, it was like a maze, and it was extremely easy to hide a person. Extreme. The power of the physique, was the true foundation in the Sin domain. The fight between laws was completely different from the fight between energy. The footsteps of the two gradually got further away. The three martial technique systems all had their own specialties, and it was hard to differentiate between them. Energy, spirit, laws, out of the three, which was stronger? There was no meaning in such a debate, only suitable or not suitable. Warehouse. Tang Tian's power of the physique was very strong, his zero-energy body was much stronger than the Sin domain people's bodies, because it had been tempered time and time again. But Tang Tian was still not Ben Sen's opponent, because there was a huge disparity in their understanding of laws. Big Sister Ming Zhu was angered half to death by that Tang brat. I don't know what the old granny was thinking, to actually spend 200,000 to buy such a fool. Our Shui family is a prestigious family, to take in such a vulgar person, it will be a joke. Chapter 705. Ming Zhu forced herself to nod her head, and turned to leave. She maintained a calm expression on her face, but her heart was already in turmoil. Because she suddenly realized that Ghost Face Mask's physique was extremely similar to the servant Tang Tian in the residence. Tang Tian did not move at all, his snoring was like thunder. Tang Tian suddenly reacted, he finally understood what had happened. The zero-energy body had an innate affinity with laws, and after exhausting the power of the physique, his body was like a sponge that absorbed the surrounding laws. The laws that were compatible with the physique were absorbed into his body, and automatically started to refine Tang Tian's physique. Most importantly, the power of the physique was far more intense than before. Tang Tian moved slightly, and could feel the astonishing power contained in his body. Tang Tian did not even have time to cry out, "Pa!" The law fist barrier in front of him instantly crumbled. The congealed viscous air regained its flow. He then remembered that his physical strength had long been exhausted, and at that moment, his physical strength was overdrawn, and the power of the physique in his body was not enough to support the move. Tang Tian? The guard was confused. I don't see him. Not good. Tang Tian naturally did not know about it. He was sleeping soundly. In the air, young Master Qin and Ming Zhu, who were watching the battle from afar, had pale faces and did not speak for a long time. The power inside the physique surged and roared in Tang Tian's body. The countless of changing imprints surged endlessly. She did not know what direction the matter would lead to, but she knew that the Purple Cuckoo City was going to be in chaos. Tempering the body with laws. She carefully opened the door and saw Tang Tian lying on the ground, sleeping soundly, his entire body unharmed. Her heart finally calmed down. Ming Zhu trembled. She did not even dare to think of such an outcome. Since the other party is able to snatch a comrade from the Mu'er family, then they can find other families and snatch their comrades back. How will the other families deal with it? The Mu'er family's Ben Sen's strength had been exposed, and he had suffered a huge loss, so it was even more impossible for him to let the matter rest. Why would he appear again? Tang Tian's eyes darkened. He fell to the ground and fainted. A moment later, a deafening snoring sound was heard. He was exhausted after saving Han Bingning. The power of the flesh and blood in his body had dried up, so he naturally could not complete this punch. Like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, countless tiny streams of energy continuously gathered and strengthened, turning into a torrent. The fist force pushed forward slowly and firmly. Countless changes were faintly discernible, like a tree trunk that had its branches cut off. The only difference was that it was densely covered in large and small marks. Each mark symbolized the branches that had once been there. It was not him. He had just rescued Han Bingning, so he had to keep a low profile. Countless changes appeared in Tang Tian's mind, all of them derived from the fundamental fist technique. Every time a change appeared, the warm energy flowing in his body would become restless, wanting to respond to it. Hearing Tang Tian's voice, Han Bingning appeared quietly. However, what surprised Tang Tian was that there was another person beside her. He immediately checked on his own body. She had seen many troublesome people, but none of them were like the person in front of her, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. Ming Zhu rushed into Tang Tian's residence like a gust of wind. Ming Zhu bellowed, "Tang Tian, quickly get up. Sleeping at night, sleeping in the day, how can you be so lazy, how can you?" But he was only exhausted, and was not injured. The zero-energy body's recovery speed was extremely fast, and automatically allowed Tang Tian to enter a sleeping state, allowing his body to recover faster. Xiao Yarrow coincidentally passed by, and upon seeing Tang Tian, she could not help but call out to Tang Tian, and kindly reminded him, "Tang Tian, don't sleep tonight, you've been slacking off every day, big sister Ming Zhu will definitely punish you." Tang Tian opened his mouth and smiled happily. Tang Tian was surprised. He did not know Xiao Yarrow, but he still thanked her. Seeing that, the others immediately dispersed. Young Miss Ming Zhu was not happy. If they were to touch her at such a time, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But when they looked at Tang Tian, their gazes were filled with curiosity. Young Miss Ming Zhu actually had no way to deal with him. His expression froze. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body froze. The power of the physique in his body disappeared without a trace. That was law. Tang Tian awoke, and felt an indescribable comfort in his body. He subconsciously got up, only to hear a series of popping sounds coming from his body. He was startled. Such a situation had happened before when he had just started training in the zero-energy body. But after that, his body had been tempered for a long time, and no such situation had occurred again. Compared to the senior martial artists, he had spent most of his time on relationships, and could not help but feel ashamed. Unknowingly, he was still courteous to Ming Zhu, but it was not as intimate as before. Tang Tian's mind was at ease, and forcefully restrained the warm flow of power in his body. Even if there were countless changes in his mind, the flow of power would stop at the point where it was about to change. No one noticed the strangeness in Tang Tian's body. His body was trembling slightly, every strand of his flesh and blood seemed to be opening and closing, as though they were breathing. Following the increasing frequency of the trembling, his body started to release a faint light, and threads of faint light aura seeped into Tang Tian's flesh and blood. There were a few times when she wanted to turn back to see if Tang Tian was still there, but she resisted the urge. Damn it! He suddenly noticed the remnant qi in his body. She quickly flew back and returned to the Shui residence, and upon seeing the guards at the door, she immediately asked, "Where's Tang Tian?" Young Master Qin saw that Ming Zhu's face was slightly pale, and thought that she was frightened by the shocking battle, so he advised her to go back and rest. The zero-energy body had many benefits, but how to improve it, this problem had always been bothering Tang Tian, until now, Tang Tian finally understood. That's right, it was the tempering of laws. Laws were the most basic laws of the heaven and earth. Using them to temper the flesh and blood, how strong would the flesh and blood become? Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about the fist that was interrupted before he fainted, and his heart became restless. Tilda, at that time, if I were to use all my strength to punch, what would the result be? Tilda, in truth, young Master Qin was equally shocked. The battle had given him an incomparable shock, and only then did he know what was a true martial artist's demeanor. The shrewd and unfathomable Ben Sen, and the unbridled ghost face mask, the two of them raised their hands and feet. The strange and unfathomable changes, the power that could destroy the heaven and earth, had opened his eyes, and was deeply shocked. When he was at the door, he heard the heaven-shaking snoring sounds inside, and his heart calmed down. A light sound came out, and the dim room suddenly lit up with a trace of light. An irregular bright red light beam appeared on Tang Tian's fist. The blood, flesh and bones in his body had become unprecedentedly strong, every muscle was as tough as black gold threads, and his bones were even more unique. When he looked inside, it actually revealed a faint jade luster. The fresh red blood had a faint gold tinge, the life qi in his body was so strong that it seemed to be boiling. The power came from his entire body, and converged into his fists. Tang Tian, who was sleeping soundly, muttered, turned over, and laid on the ground with his arms outstretched, like a pancake that was spread out. Ming Zhu, who had calmed down, saw that Tang Tian was sleeping soundly, and the anger that he had been suppressing immediately surged up. The light aura became brighter, and the light beam that converged onto Tang Tian's fist became more and more. The rainbow-colored light arcs were like countless of colorful snakes swimming around, transforming into a conical light barrier. The scattered light beams were like a messy big net that appeared in front of Tang Tian. The seemingly slow fist was filled with clouds and smoke, and the vast qi that resembled the starry sky was released. The air in the room seemed to have been sucked in by the fist, and became as sticky as glue, causing Tang Tian's fist to become even slower. Tilda, he actually fell asleep while guarding the warehouse, and even caused me to lose face in front of Qin Zishan. This guy is too despicable. Tilda, but looking around, he had no choice but to suppress the restlessness in his heart. If he were to release his fist, the entire house would be gone. Countless of changes swept past Tang Tian's mind, countless laws flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. Ming Zhu immediately felt even more sullen. Tang Tian arrived at the warehouse, pushed open the big door, and after entering, he closed the door. Ming Zhu was so angry that she was trembling, but her good upbringing made her unable to say anything worse. She was about to say that she would chase him out of the Shui residence, but then she remembered that the old lady had spent 200,000 to buy it. If she were to chase him out, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? Ming Zhu's heart tightened, she bit her lips and increased her speed, anxiously rushing towards Tang Tian's residence. The servants and maids along the way had never seen young Miss Ming Zhu lose her composure, and could not help but look at each other, overwhelmed with shock. She was even more worried that the ghost face mask was Tang Tian. If it was definitely not a good thing for the Shui family. She was sure that from now on, all the families in Purple Cuckoo City would be looking for the ghost face mask. Tilda, the Shui family will be implicated. At that time, gradually, the light aura became dimmer, and finally disappeared. Tang Tian's fist slowly pushed forward, zzz. One after another of different light auras started to light up, as though they were multicolored lightning, converging onto Tang Tian's fist. It was the appearance of laws. Tang Tian's fist seemed to have some sort of mysterious attraction, attracting the laws to shine brightly. Seeing that Tang Tian did not care, Xiao Yarrow could do nothing about it. Tang Tian felt that his fist was as heavy as a mountain. He clenched his teeth, every muscle, bone and tendon in his body were trembling at an astonishing frequency. The surging power of the physique surged out from every part of Tang Tian's body. Hearing the commotion behind him, many of the servants had heard the commotion and ran over. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mingzhu resisted the urge to kick him awake, snorted, and turned to leave. Along the way, the servants and maids who saw Tang Tian revealed looks of disdain. He stood up and started to unleash his techniques. After going through the initial tempering of the laws, his body was much stronger than before. His strength had increased by more than 30%. Furthermore, the strength of his body had also increased. Thinking about Han Bingning, seeing that the sky had darkened, he immediately went out and walked towards the warehouse. Seeing that the ghost face mask had successfully snatched the lady from Ben Sen's hands, Mingzhu knew that the matter had blown up. No one cared about the background of the group of people, but after the commotion, the various families had no choice but to face the mysterious guests. Very quickly, everyone dispersed, leaving Tang Tian's residence empty. Chapter 706. Ranked third is the soft water Roland family. The Roland family has more yin than yang, of course. They are much better than the Shui family. The Roland family's soft water sleeves mainly trains in water laws. It is unpredictable, and uses softness to subdue hardness. The Roland family's people are everyone's most troublesome enemies. Their defensive capabilities are terrifyingly strong, and even if you are stronger than them, it is not easy to defeat them. The current patriarch of the Roland family is Su Roland. In the past, the infamous Shao Kong Lai's right arm was destroyed by her sleeves, and he ended up as a cripple, and did not dare to step into Purple Cuckoo City. Tang Tian's face darkened, he clenched his fists tightly. Han Bingning's eyes suddenly lit up, he blurted out, using battle to nurture battle. Suddenly, all the killing intent disappeared. Tang Tian felt that there was no use in being angry. I want to squeeze him dry. Tang Tian's heroic spirit soared to the clouds. Hearing that, Tang Tian's face finally changed. Previously, although Ping Xiaoshan had said that they were powerful, but Tang Tian did not have much of an idea. And only when he said that the Mu'er family was only ranked 5th, did he have the most direct impression. Tang Tian was puzzled. He walked up and pulled out the cloth stuffed in Ping Xiaoshan's mouth, and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come and steal golden steel threads the last time? Why are you here again? What do you want?" Tang Tian stared at Ping Xiaoshan with a burning gaze. The other party knows that what I am doing is dangerous, and to choose to rely on me at such a time, there must be something I want from you. Black Ben Sen is only ranked 5th. Tang Tian's face did not look good. He lost his fighting spirit because of the other party's strength. How can such a ridiculous thing happen to this godlike young lad? Everyone agreed to fight shoulder to shoulder. We have come this far together. To give up reason is just cowardice. Tang Tian then came to his senses. He scratched his head. It is easy to teach you. But these things are just something I created casually. No, let me study them for a few days, then I'll teach you. Ping Xiaoshan noticed that Tang Tian was not dejected. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit, and had some respect for him, although he was unreliable at times, but in terms of fighting spirit, he did not lose to anyone. To many people, fighting spirit was an illusory concept, but in the harsh and cruel Sin domain, people who lacked fighting spirit would find it hard to survive, and that was the reason why Victor's evaluation was not high. Ping Xiaoshan spoke until his mouth was dry. He nodded his head. Yes, this ranking has been in place for many years, and everyone agrees with it. He thought for a moment and said, if you want to make a move, you might as well start with Victor. Victor is greedy and lustful. If we capture him and use him as a hostage, the Thiopiate family will definitely agree to release him. But the Mu'er family doesn't have master's companions. Ping Xiaoshan did not understand. Although Ping Xiaoshan had already decided to rely on Tang Tian, but he never expected Tang Tian to ask so directly, and was startled. After a moment, he laughed bitterly. It's not easy to make a move on any family. Seems like he has some standards. Tang Tian's question was what he had prepared. He relaxed, and his words became much smoother. Before this subordinate came, I did ask around. The last time the tide rose, the entire city had a total of 403 people. The Qin family has the most, with 227 people. Other than that, the Shu family has 92 people, the Roland family has 65, the Thiopiate family has 42, the Yu family has 40, and the rest are Master and Miss Han. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He truly needed a local tyrant, he knew nothing about the Purple Cuckoo City. Regardless of whether it was him or Han Bingning, they were not good at gathering information. If a local tyrant were to help them gather information, it would be much easier. Tang Tian took a deep breath, he regained his composure, and the fighting spirit in his eyes reignited. Ping Xiaoshan was dumbstruck. Which family is the easiest to make a move on? Tang Tian did not hide anything and asked directly. Tang Tian then asked, how are they now? Ping Xiaoshan lowered his head and said respectfully, this subordinate hopes to be of service to master. And, with so many strong martial artists, it was something to look forward to. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Ping Xiaoshan said calmly, I wish to learn from master how to use spatial laws to attack and defend. Ping Xiaoshan's expression became awkward. Tilda all right, who asked me to steal golden steel threads, who asked me to do so? He clenched his teeth. Master, the battle in the day will definitely shock the entire city. Master's identity is noble and powerful, while this subordinate's abilities are low, but I grew up in the Purple Cuckoo City. If master needs any information, this subordinate can still be used. Tilda, such a powerful man can only be ranked 5th in the Purple Cuckoo City. Tilda Han Bingning's gaze could not help but look over. Tilda, I want to become stronger. Tilda, do we need a reason to fight? Tang Tian's eyes released a dazzling light aura. The current him was like a regiment of raging flames. Is there a better sparring partner than Black Ben Sen? I have gained a lot from the previous battle. I want to continue challenging Ben Sen. Tang Tian was an upright person, and did not like to take advantage of others. Ping Xiaoshan had helped him greatly, and he did not want to fool him. The young man in front of him seemed to have transformed into a death god, his entire body releasing a terrifying killing intent. The air in the room instantly froze. Ping Xiaoshan's entire body tensed up, as though he was being stared at by a dangerous wild beast, causing him to suffocate. This time, Ping Xiaoshan had come after careful consideration, and naturally had made preparations. Tang Tian did not care about his own safety to save his own subordinates, so he would definitely want to save others. The matter of the family picking up people was not a secret in the Purple Cuckoo City. Ping Xiaoshan had the heart to ask around, and quickly found out. Tilda, only by becoming stronger can I save everyone. Tilda. Ping Xiaoshan's heart warmed. He had been through the world for a long time, and knew that the reminder might seem simple, but it was not easy. Ping Xiaoshan replied gratefully, thank you master. Tang Tian listened attentively, without the slightest bit of impatience. Against his enemies, he would never underestimate them. No. Tang Tian shook his head, I have already found my target. Work for me. Tang Tian was startled. He looked at Ping Xiaoshan suspiciously, and suddenly asked, do you owe money outside? Ping Xiaoshan was startled. Who is master referring to? Ranked 4th is the Thiopiate family. Their phoenix fire is said to be the result of their ancestors' enlightenment on 500 types of fire laws, and using the strongest 13, they fused together to form a flame. Its might is unparalleled. Their relationship with the Roland family is not good, and both parties are like fire and water. Currently, the strongest person in the Thiopiate family is called Victor. He is a dissolute man, and hangs out in the brothels. He has the qualifications to fight for the position of patriarch, but his actions are too casual and unrestrained, causing the clan elders to be unhappy with him. He does not have any interest in power, and only likes to enjoy himself. This time, with Ben Sen's display of might, I think he will drop to the 5th place. Tilda, I can definitely save everyone. I can definitely do it. Tilda, looking at Ping Xiaoshan, who was tied up and had something stuffed in his mouth. Tang Tian was startled. Ping Xiaoshan hesitated for a moment. Not too good. Now the various families are spreading the news that this group of people are arrogant and untamed, and need to be ground down, and most of them are in the prisoner barracks. The various families hope to grind down their edges, and make them submit in the future. Don't reveal your identity. Tang Tian reminded him. That way, you will not be implicated in the future. You are very familiar with Purple Cuckoo City? Then tell me, which other families have my people? Tang Tian could not resist but ask. Such an accurate number immediately made Tang Tian more convinced of Ping Xiaoshan's words. The second-ranked family is the Law Seal Shu family. The Shu family's life and death law seal mainly trains in one of the 3 great laws, the life and death laws. In every generation of the Shu family, there would be an absolutely stunning genius. The current patriarch of the Shu family, Shu Yi, is only 24 years old this year, and his strength is unfathomable. But the Shu family does not care about worldly affairs, and I do not know if it is because they train in the life and death law seal, but every generation of patriarch of the Shu family does not live long, and the oldest is only 45 years old. But the Shu family has many demonic geniuses, and the life and death law seal has never been passed down. The fifth place is the Mu family. Ping Xiaoshan was startled. He never thought that Tang Tian would say such a thing. Seeing that Ping Xiaoshan was in a daze, Tang Tian thought that he did not understand, and explained, "That way, even if anything happens to us, it will not affect you." He immediately reacted, Pei, I am a jinx, all of them will be defeated by me. This godlike young lad will definitely defeat all of them. Save everyone." Han Bingning could not help but look at Tang Tian. She sensed that Tang Tian's strength had become even stronger, and the Null Division's people were all in the hands of the four families. To save everyone, these four strong martial artists that are stronger than Ben Sen is an obstacle that cannot be avoided. Ben Sen. Tang Tian laughed, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Tang Tian was extremely clear on the strength of the black goods. Even though he had successfully snatched Han Bingning from the other party, but that was only because he was caught off guard. If it was a true life and death battle, the current him would definitely not have a chance of winning against the other party. Seeing that Tang Tian was not angry, he calmed down. He organized his thoughts and said, "There are 5 big families in the Purple Cuckoo City: the Purple Cuckoo Qin family, the Law Seal Shu family, the Soft Water Roland, the Phoenix Fire Thopiate, and the Mu Steel Guards. The Purple Cuckoo Qin family is the strongest, and the city was built by their ancestors. The Purple Cuckoo King Qin Zhan is the undisputed #1 person in the Purple Cuckoo City. No one knows how strong Qin Zhan is. He rarely makes a move in his life, and very few people know. But since 20 years ago, he has firmly occupied the position of the head of the Purple Cuckoo City, and no one has ever doubted or opposed him. Other than Qin Zhan, the Qin family has 4 other great generals, all of whom have outstanding military achievements. Any one of them is enough to support an entire family. Usually, most of the Qin family's matters are handled by the 4 great generals. The Mu Steel Guards. In every generation of the Mu family, there would always be a group of loyal and devoted Steel Guards to protect the Mu family. But the current Mu family has long withered, and the current generation of Steel Guards only has Ben Sen. The Mu family's inheritance is extremely complicated, and the Steel Guards are all different. When Ben Sen was very young, he went out to roam the world, and after becoming famous, he returned to the Mu family. When he returned, he helped the Mu family to stabilize the situation. The Mu Steel Guards are all loyal and devoted, and many families are envious of them. Ben Sen trains in Wind Blade, but I never expected him to be so strong. This time, the Mu family will definitely rise. He snuck in, and I restrained him. Han Bingning explained simply. Chapter 707. After leaving the Shui family's warehouse, Ping Xiaoshan's mind was still in a daze. How can such an important matter be decided so casually? Using battle to nurture battle. This phrase is not hard to understand. But how can he be so confident in his own talent? Zhong Zhengyang my thought about it. Third brother means that we should support him? Tang Tian said, "You will hold the fort for me. If I get injured, bring me back." Zhong Zhengyang Mai did not say anything. Wei Han's words made sense. His gaze turned to the lady who was reading a book. "Second sister, what do you think?" That's too ridiculous. The Mu family had always been hiding their strength and biding their time, giving people the feeling that they were in decline, but Ben Sen's display of strength made everyone think about the almost forgotten Purple Cuckoo Fifth family. No one had expected that Ghost Face Mask's sudden appearance would cause the originally calm and tranquil Purple Cuckoo City to suddenly become chaotic, and the situation became extremely complicated. Everyone present were all experienced people, but at that moment, they actually had a feeling of not knowing what to do. Everyone knew that he was talking about Ben Sen. Other than Ghost Face Mask, The most unexpected person was Ben. Senator Ben Sen's revealed strength caused everyone to be shocked. In the past few years, Ben Sen did not have any sense of existence, and everyone had almost forgotten about him. Her voice was indifferent, as though she did not care about the matter. It should be. Seeing that the master was not angry, the manager calmed down. He hesitated for a moment. Do we need to use torture? If he does not have any strength, then so be it. But what if he is strong? Then wouldn't we just gain another enemy? Zhong Zhengyang Mai shook his head. All of these prisoners are dead set on Ghost Face Mask. That shows that he is not ordinary. He truly needed a helper. He was not afraid of challenging Ben Sen, although Ben Sen was stronger than him, but it was not as if he did not have the strength to fight. The growth of strength was never easy, and to improve in a short period of time, the only way that Tang Tian could think of was to place himself in a dangerous situation, and that was the only way to stimulate his own potential. Wei Yihan sneered. Return? Whose brain is stuck in the door? Spit out the meat in your mouth. That was what Ping Xiaoshan could not understand. Ping Xiaoshan felt that it was too rash of him to rely on him. This guy is already destined to fail. Luckily for me, I only need to learn a few consummate techniques. Thinking about that, Ping Xiaoshan immediately consoled himself. This guy learned the Ping family's stealth techniques for a night, and is able to create a few consummate techniques. Who knows, maybe he can truly become stronger. So what if he's extraordinary? Wei Yihan snorted. Do you want us to spit him out? Big brother, we can't let these people go. I went to take a look. They're all good seedlings. As long as we nurture them well, our strength will definitely soar. They won't say. The manager's face was pale. Xuan Zhong and Victor have also appeared this time. Zhong Zhengyang Mai said in a deep voice, everyone must be careful during this time. Wei Yihan snorted. So what? Even if we support him, we would only have 200 overmen. An army of 200 overmen? I can destroy them all by myself. The Xin domain was not suitable for armies. Besides, what good will it do us if we support him? Third brother, all the benefits that you said are fake, but the fat meat that we spit out is real. It was not easy for us to snatch 200 overmen. If we were to spit it out like that, if the other families digested it, and we did not get anything, we will lose out greatly. Truly confident. Zhong Zhengyang Mai was not angry, and nodded his head. I believe you on this. I got them out, and then? Mu Zedi's eyes revealed a light aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. All of these prisoners have outstanding bodies, and do not have any energy. As long as we give them some pointers, they will be able to form an extremely powerful fighting force. They used to be an army. How many years has it been since our Xin domain had an army? From that angle, it was an unexpected move, but it was a coincidence. Zhong Zhengyang Mai revealed a look of excitement. With Han Bingning around, he could let go of his last bit of apprehension and challenge with all his might. Ping Xiaoshan laughed bitterly. Wei Yihan's face was also ugly. Xuan Zhong was Xu Yi's younger brother. His talent was extremely high, but the strange thing was that he did not have any interest in the Xu family's ultimate technique, life and death law seal, but was infatuated with the sword. He had always said that he wanted to create his own sword technique, completely breaking away from the Xu family's boundary, and had always tried to break through the life and death barrier, but now that he had come out, it meant that he had a huge breakthrough. The wind foreshadowed a coming storm. The Mu'er Steel Guards were the tradition of the Mu'er family, and Ben Sen would definitely not give them up. Ben Sen, who was hiding his strength, had placed all of his effort into grooming the new generation of Steel Guards, and the new generation of Steel Guards was most likely already formed. The so-called life and death barrier meant that if one did not succeed, they would go into closed-door training until their death. Anyone who dared to challenge the life and death barrier was a person with great perseverance, and everyone respected such people. Xuan Zhong is out. Mu Zedi's tone became serious. Seems like the Xu family has another great general. Tang Tian immediately called out to her, I will teach you the Ping family's stealth techniques. The Mu'er family's strength was still lacking compared to the other four families, and with only Ben Sen holding the fort, it would not be easy for them to be surrounded and attacked. Han Bingning did not doubt Tang Tian's decision. She was different from Ping Xiaoshan. She was long used to Crazy Tang's foolish and laughable methods, and in the end, he would obtain victory. Foolish to a certain realm, it can be considered as unexpected. After calming down, his mind became clear. If his comprehension is truly high, then it is a good plan. Tang Tian and Ben Sen's battle had shaken the entire city, and the various families are most probably preparing for battle, wary of Tang Tian. I am truly looking forward to it. Who knew if it was because of his self-consolation, but Ping Xiaoshan's anxious state of mind slowly calmed down. That means, they recognize who Ghost Face Mask is? Zhong Yang Mai asked. I feel that Big Brother is right. Until then, Mu Ziyi, who had been quiet the entire time, spoke up. I have asked around, it is not only our Purple Cuckoo City that has benefited, the other cities have as well. There are over 1,000 of them, it is definitely an army, and Ghost Face Mask is most likely the commander of the army. He had a ferocious-looking face, with a deep cross scar on his forehead that was extremely eye-catching. He was one of the 4 great generals, Wei Han. Shu Zhong was not conspicuous among the Shu family, adding that he was a rebel, he was the subject of ridicule. But when he set his mind on breaking through the life and death barrier, all the discussions were swept away, and no one dared to disobey him. What about me? Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. And then, Wei Han was stumped. That night in Purple Cuckoo City, many people were unable to sleep. The person who spoke was around 40 years old, he had a stern expression, he was the head of the Qin family's 4 great generals, Zhong Yang Mai. Zhong Yang Mai was deeply trusted by Qin Zhan, he had been in charge of the internal affairs for many years, and had an extremely high prestige. His way of doing things was steady, and under his management, Purple Cuckoo City's influence had steadily increased. When the manager retreated, the burly man by the side could not help but say, Big Brother, you are too cautious. Humph, I have seen many stubborn people, if you hand them to me, I will definitely get them out of you. Mu Ziyi was handsome and had a scholarly aura, he looked gentle and harmless, he smiled, one person cannot overturn the heavens. But what if one of the families returns a few of his subordinates? So what? Wei Han straightened his neck and said with a red face, now that he is alone, can he overturn the heavens? The reason why the Qin family was able to suppress the other families, other than Qin Zhen's unfathomable strength, the 4 great generals' absolute strength was also a guarantee. The Shu family had one more great general, and the threat to the Qin family would increase. The manager immediately agreed. If they were to bump into them now, they would definitely be badly injured. He shook his head, it was not something he could decide, why waste so much brainpower? His thoughts returned back to his mission. Tang Tian had given him the mission, which was to find out where the remaining prisoners were kept. There's still the black goods. Wei Han said coldly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. If not for the Ghost Face Mask causing a ruckus, that black goods would still be hiding. Out of the few big families in Purple Cuckoo City, the one that posed the greatest threat to the Qin family was the Shu family. The Shu family did not recruit outsiders, and their lifespans were short, but they had many geniuses. Mu Er's generation of steel guards, it's about time for them to show themselves. Mu Ziyi suddenly said, Ben Sen, don't tell me that for the past few years, Ben Sen has placed all his thoughts on grooming a new generation of steel guards. Tang Tian did not have any thoughts of luck. Second sister is right. Zhong Yang Mai nodded his head, we will first observe for a while. Since the Ghost Face Mask took action against the Mu Er family, he will definitely take action against the other families. We can observe for a period of time, and see if he is worth our investment. When he came out of closed-door training, everyone knew that he had undergone a complete transformation. The lady's gaze finally left the book in her hands, and on her face was a pure silver mask. The pure silver mask flickered with silver light, her dim pupils were like an unfathomable abyss, it was extremely hard to see. Her hair was multicolored, each and every strand was straight, like colorful thorns, all sticking out. Wei Han and Mu Ziyi nodded their heads at the same time, the 4 of them had the same opinion. As for Tang Tian's talent in training, the entire Ursa Major constellation, no, the entire Heaven's Road, no one would doubt it. Let's wait, we need to see how capable he is. Did you get him? No need. Zhong Yang Mai muttered, from today onwards, take good care of them, and do not casually beat or scold them. It did not matter if they liked him or hated him, but no one could ignore his existence. Borrowing the stimulation of death to ignite one's potential was not a new method. But very few people were willing to do so, because the risk was too high, and if they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Strength could be slowly accumulated, but they only had one life, and unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to face death. All right. Han Bingning nodded his head straightforwardly, and turned to train. Godlike young lad, such a laughable title, had conquered the entire Heaven's Road. After every life and death battle, he would definitely be exhausted, covered with cuts and bruises, and at the moment, his defense was at 0, and there were countless eyes staring at him from the dark. Tang Tian did not want to land in the hands of those thieves. If other people were to encounter such a situation, they would think of a way to find the opponent's weakness, or form an alliance with other powerhouses. But to find someone to spar with? To place their hopes on themselves becoming stronger. Chapter 708. Yes. Han Bingning replied, and did not say anything else. With an expert overseeing, it was naturally a good thing for the thieves to disappear. But, with such an expert, how could the Shui family rope him in? If they could not rope him in, the master would be strong and the servant weak, and that would not be a good thing. Tang Tian did not dare to alarm her, but suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. He immediately rushed out from where Han Bingning was hiding. Whoosh, in the next moment, he appeared in front of the warehouse and opened the door. The size of a sesame seed. Tang Tian was startled. He muttered in his heart, "Tilda, could it be that the golden steel silkworm is a glutton, to be so picky about the size?" Tilda, an indescribable faint aura, like a fish that was hiding in the deep sea, surfaced, and caught a glimpse of it. Tilda, seeing that the lazy person has some strength, Mingzhu finally understood why the various families treated them as treasures. To the families that were already in balance, with the addition of new blood, it would definitely cause their strength to soar. The theft of the golden steel threads in the warehouse was not stopped, although the thieves did not dare to be too impudent, but the daily loss of the golden steel threads was maintained at a stable level. Mingzhu even suspected that the group that stole the golden steel threads had already found a new home. This was the result of the Qin family's strict crackdown on the golden steel threads in the market. If not for the Qin family, the Shui family would have long been riddled with holes. Tilda using benefits to tempt them. Young Miss is truly brilliant. Tilda Miss Mingzhu was also willing to pay. The golden steel gravel was the excretion of the golden steel silkworm. The golden steel silkworm ate black ironstones as food, produced golden steel threads, and excreted silkworm gravel, which was the golden steel gravel. The golden steel silkworm's food was astonishing, but it excreted very little, which was extremely rare. Mingzhu was now a little impressed with the old madam. 200,000 might seem like a lot, but if stealing from the warehouse was banned, then the loss would definitely be more than 200,000. Upon thinking about the scene of him sleeping soundly, Mingzhu's heart surged with an unknown evil fire. But to Han Bingning, who had trained in an energy body, the power of the physique in her body was extremely vigorous. Adding that the zero energy body had an innate affinity with laws, so around her, there were a large number of law threads. Han Bingning's expression was extremely focused. There were many law threads, which meant that she had more choices, but at the same time, to find a law thread that was compatible with her amongst the many law threads, the difficulty was even higher. After the law materialized, one would have to choose the law that they wanted to cultivate. He didn't lose any energy during this period of time. Little Ping has quite a few peers. Tang Tian chuckled and changed the topic. I've found some clues these few days. I think in a few days, I'll be able to find the big black guy and fight him. She sat cross-legged on the ground as a silent tremor spread out from her body. This was the vibration of her flesh power. One after another, bright strands of light lit up around her. Is there anything else important? Mingzhu looked at the time. She was about to go and discuss business. The Lu family from the Galloping Horse City had sent someone over to discuss business. Seeing the scale of the business group, Mingzhu felt that it was a big business. Only today did she realize that unknowingly, her strength had already surpassed her expectations. She calmed her heart, and her gaze that was as sharp as a sword gradually disappeared. Her heart was like a lake mirror, reflecting the starry sky and the colorful shoals of fish. Tang Tian immediately kept quiet. He opened his eyes wide, afraid that he would startle Han Bingning. Xiao Yarrow looked at Mingzhu and spoke quickly. Ever since little Tang started guarding the warehouse, the golden steel threads have not been damaged. Then I have to thank you, little Tang. Xiao Yarrow laughed, then continued, the golden steel silkworms feed on black ironstones, but you cannot feed them directly, but you need to shatter them into pieces, each of them the size of a sesame seed. They cannot be too big, nor too small. Forget it, let's not bother about him for now. The golden steel gravel was her way of testing the waters, and it all depended on whether Tang Tian took the bait or not. In the warehouse. It was different from the bag of stones. The golden steel gravel was extremely light. If not for the fact that he could feel something inside, Tang Tian would have suspected that the bag was empty. Seeing Xiao Yarrow retreat, Mingzhu suddenly felt a headache. If Tang Tian truly had the ability to stop the thieves, it meant that he was extremely powerful, and to the Shui family, it was a good thing, but also a troublesome matter. To the martial artists of the Sin domain, the manifestation of laws was the first step. The laws of the Sin domain were like rocks that were exposed to the air on a dry riverbed. They were clearly visible. Using the power of the flesh and blood, the laws were revealed. At this moment, the laws were like many messy light threads, also known as law threads. They were of different colors, and had all sorts of strange properties. The surrounding schools of fish were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as though they were swallowed by the formless darkness, and Han Bingning's surroundings became dark once again. But it was not easy to digest this piece of meat. Mingzhu had heard many rumors in the past few days. All of them were arrogant and untamed, like tigers and wolves, and completely did not listen to recruitment. If not, they would not be willing to throw them into the prisoner barracks, and think of ways to grind away their unyielding nature. The black ironstones are extremely hard, and it takes up a lot of time and energy, and the residence is filled with women, so they do not have enough strength, so we usually hand it over to the people outside to crush them. Who knew that there would be an accident this time, and we are unable to supply them, so we have no choice but to seek help from little Tang. Xiao Yarrow spoke politely, and took out a bag woven with gold threads. Young Miss said that this will take up a lot of time, and will be very tiring, so this bag of golden steel gravel will be your reward, little Tang. If it does not work, does it mean that I have to marry him? Wait a minute. Don't let him do it for free, give him a handful of golden steel gravel. Mingzhu suddenly shouted. Countless of auras surfaced in her mind, some were distant and faintly discernible, some were tyrannical and blazing, some were ice-cold and gloomy, some were vast and ancient, all of them were different. It was the first time she faced laws directly. In Heaven's Road, laws were always hidden within energy, and training in the zero-energy body was like seeking fire in water. Every step was extremely difficult. Xiao Yarrow was about to push open the warehouse door, but the door automatically opened, scaring her. When she saw that it was Tang Tian, she heaved a sigh of relief, and patted her chest. Little Tang, you scared me to death. This step did not seem difficult, but in truth, it was not easy. An ordinary martial artist's power of the physique was abundant enough to allow law threads to materialize, but the number of law threads that could be materialized was directly related to the strength of the physique. When the power of the physique was abundant, it could only materialize the most ordinary and common law threads. Big Sis Xiao Yao, there are still things stored in the warehouse in the middle of the night? Tang Tian was surprised. After staying in the warehouse for a few days, Tang Tian had slowly grasped the pattern. All sorts of goods were stored in the warehouse during the day, and never at night. It was the first time he had heard of golden steel gravel, and seeing Xiao Yarrow's solemn face, he guessed that the golden steel gravel was not cheap. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword as she stared at the chaotic light threads in front of her. Her mind swept past the school of fishes. No sweat will be shed for nothing. During the night, she sensed that a few groups of people were trying to sneak in, but she did not want to expose herself, so she revealed a bit of her sword concept, and immediately intimidated the group of thieves, causing them to escape without a trace. Golden steel gravel? Tang Tian received the gold thread bag in confusion. Tang Tian noticed that Xiao Yarrow was followed by a few large carriages. Xiao Yarrow took out a bag of food and gave it to Tang Tian. When Tang Tian received it, he was surprised. It was such a small bag, but it was surprisingly heavy. When he opened it, It was filled with sesame-sized black stone granules. He casually grabbed a handful of the black stone granules and looked at them carefully. All of the black stone granules were smashed very evenly, and were of the same size. He casually rubbed them, but the black ironstone granules did not move at all, causing him to be surprised. "What do you need my help for? Sister Xiao Yao, tell me." Tang Tian did not reject her, and immediately agreed. Although he was a little stupid, but he was not stupid, he had seen the disdain of the other people in the residence, and Xiao Yao was one of the few that treated him well. Young Miss Ming Zhu was an upright person, and hated lazy people the most. Ming Zhu listened attentively to Xiao Yao's report on the recent accounts. Xiao Yao's logic was clear, and the data was accurate, causing her to nod her head in praise. "With Xiao Yao here, you have saved me a lot of effort." Han Bingning suddenly opened her eyes. Without any hesitation, she locked onto the almost undetectable qi, her fingers formed a sword seal, and with a gesture, a pale blue light beam entered her sword fingers. Han Bingning closed her eyes and went back into meditation. Xiao Yao was convinced. The following business was extremely important to the Shui family. The Lu family's strength was not inferior to the Qin family, and even if they were to form a good relationship, it would be beneficial to the Shui family. Upon hearing Ming Zhu's words, Xiao Yao immediately understood, and laughed. "Then I have to send more. This guy is so lazy, I truly need to teach him a lesson." All of the law threads swam around her, like a large and colorful school of fish, gathering and dispersing. Xiao Yao giggled, she was already used to such praises. This immediately roused his spirit, and he immediately opened the gold-threaded bag. Ming Zhu was startled, she was surprised, and could not help but ponder. Golden steel gravel was a good material, it was extremely sturdy, and could be used to refine weapons. But, golden steel gravel could not be refined with fire, and required a special refining method. It was because of this limitation that the price of golden steel gravel was not excessive. There were a few groups of people that wanted to sneak in at night, but I released a few sword concepts, and they left. Han Bingning said, she was originally a quiet person, and even if she stayed in the pitch-black warehouse for a few days, she would not feel annoyed. Xiao Yao was surprised, but she understood, yes. And coincidentally, the Shui family knew of such a method. Golden steel gravel was the best material to refine weapons, Tang Tian knew just by looking at it. What else could make martial artists scramble for more than a peerless divine weapon? A handful of golden steel gravel, to a weapon, was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He had to first accumulate enough golden steel gravel, and then obtain the method to refine it. "This time, I came especially for you, Xiao Tang." Xiao Yao pursed her lips and laughed. In this period of time, the residence is lacking manpower, and the silkworm workshop is unable to supply the food. After thinking about it, Xiao Yao can only come and beg Xiao Tang. What a sturdy material. Observe for a period of time. Ming Zhu said, "That's right, the silkworm workshop does not have much black ironstones left. Send a batch of black ironstones to the warehouse, and let that guy shatter them." Chapter 709. SSSSI. Tang Tian was able to clearly see how the law thread transformed from formless to tangible. The pitch-black strand that was thinner than a strand of hair appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, waves of invisible and intangible ripples slowly spread out with it as the center. To find out what the gray vortex was, the simplest method was to break it open. In terms of training his physique, Tang Tian found it hard to improve further, so he placed all of his focus on laws, and by gaining a deeper understanding of laws, he would be able to improve further. Although the strand of life origin essence was weak, but its value was unparalleled. The reason why Tang Tian placed his thoughts on laws was because compared to gaining enlightenment on laws, raising one's life force was more unrealistic. Tang Tian's interest was aroused. Tang Tian's heart moved, but he did not dare to test it out here. Han Bingning was still hidden in the shadows. If he were to disturb her, it would be bad. Furthermore, Tang Tian did not know what would happen if the space exploded. But, the most important thing was to break the golden steel gravel. After completing the task, he could return and report to Miss Ming Zhu, and did not need to worry about anything else. As for whether or not Tang Tian was able to complete it, whether it was a reward or a punishment, Miss Ming Zhu would decide for herself. The power of the physique in his body started to revolve, and a strange law thread started to grow frantically from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it had exceeded a foot, and swayed in the air like a strand of hair. To Tang Tian, the strongest aspect of the Ping family's stealth technique was its ability to break through space. In Heaven's Road, the only person that Tang Tian had seen that was able to do so was when Little Fool summoned the Saint Sword Ocean prison. Life force was something that didn't exist, but it did exist. Every living creature's body structure had long since stabilized. The so-called tempering only removed the impurities and strengthened the flesh, but it couldn't increase the upper limit of their life force. How do I break it open? The unstable space was like the most terrifying bomb. The intense sense of danger caused all of Tang Tian's hairs to stand. Tang Tian did not say a word. The energy in his body surged, his flesh and blood surged, suddenly circulating. His 2 fingers were like iron pincers, using all his strength to clamp down on the golden steel gravel. But what Tang Tian didn't expect was that no matter how much strength he used, the golden steel gravel wouldn't budge. These emotions flashed past Tang Tian's mind. Xiao Yarou breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She did not have the confidence to deal with Tang Tian. This guy's style of doing things was often unexpected and difficult to grasp. Xiao Yarou also did not dare to guarantee that she could complete the task. Boom! Those faint ripples caused Tang Tian's heart to palpitate inexplicably. He could feel the fluctuations in space. The ability to break through space was definitely very powerful. Tang Tian secretly kept this idea in mind. He had to find an opportunity to try it out. A wave of heat flowed into Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's body was like a dried-up riverbed. Every drop of rain that landed on the ground would be absorbed cleanly. The law threads crumbled inch by inch, and disappeared without a trace. The grey vortex transformed into an extremely fine mist. Inside the mist, a silver light flickered, as though there were countless of silver stars floating in the mist. But following that, the silver stars in the mist became even brighter, and very quickly, the entire mist had turned silver. The Venus silver mist lingered in the air, like a vast galaxy. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Tang Tian, who was seated like a statue, moved. The fine thread did not have any light. Law thread, it was the law thread of the Ping family's stealth technique, one of the branches of spatial laws. Inside the blurry void, Tang Tian's eyes lit up, his state of mind locked onto the law thread. Thinking about the golden steel gravel in the bag, Tang Tian immediately became excited. A light bulb lit up in Tang Tian's mind, and his eyes flashed a look of ecstasy. Tang Tian did not immediately try it out, but sat down and thought about it. Yes. Tang Tian, who was completely focused on the golden steel gravel, replied absent-mindedly. Tang Tian guessed that the golden steel gravel's characteristics were most likely related to the tiny grey vortex. He had not figured out the use of the grey vortex, but as a tyrant who had seen all sorts of treasures, he could tell that it was not ordinary. Tang Tian closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes filled with longing. The thread of life origin essence was definitely a good thing, but it was too little. It was unable to make his body undergo a qualitative change. Tang Tian did not believe it. He tried many methods, but the tiny golden steel gravel did not even have a single crack. Tang Tian's power of the physique had already reached a bottleneck. The powerful whirlpool sword storm had tempered his body to an astonishing degree, and his zero-energy body was already extremely powerful. After the battle with Ben Sen, he had overdrafted his physical strength, and had activated laws to temper his body, causing his physique to be tempered to an unimaginable degree. This thread of qi was the purest life origin essence. The life origin essence's improvement to Tang Tian was far more obvious than others. Tang Tian's body was already tempered to an almost perfect state. Without the interference of impurities, the life origin essence that he absorbed could be even more thoroughly absorbed. Tang Tian did not care about wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared straight ahead. It was a pity, although they had grasped the powerful law thread, but they had chosen the wrong direction, and were unable to unleash the true might of the law thread. Tang Tian did not hesitate to keep the golden thread bag. Tang Tian jumped in shock. He quickly found the reason, and revealed a bitter smile. In the previous slash, The power of the physique in his body was actually completely exhausted, and the remaining power was not enough to control the law thread so precisely. After regaining his senses, Tang Tian extended his hand towards the thread of life origin essence without saying a word. A golden steel gravel floated in front of him, and Tang Tian focused on controlling the law thread in his hand. The pitch-black law thread suddenly stretched taut. Like a blade, it accurately slashed onto the golden steel gravel. Thinking about the huge amount of life origin essence that he was unable to absorb, he felt extremely sullen. The grey mist inside the golden steel gravel is actually life origin essence. This time, Tang Tian looked even more carefully. Inside the small transparent golden steel gravel, the grey vortex was slowly revolving, occasionally flickering with a silver light. Tang Tian felt as though a thunder had exploded in his mind, his body trembled, the surging power in his body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and collapsed. Tang Tian groaned, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The smile on his face became even more bitter. When Xiao Yarrow led everyone away, Tang Tian immediately took out the golden steel gravel and started to study it again. Without saying a word, he did the same thing, but what he did not expect was that he was actually unable to congeal another law thread. Tang Tian's face changed, his current strength was extremely powerful, compared to the past, it was many times stronger. Even if it was Heaven's Road's silver grade star treasures, if they were to land in his hands, he could even break them apart with his bare hands. That's a good way to use it. Tang Tian suddenly realized that he was helpless. In terms of the tyrannical physique, even the strongest blood saint was unable to compare to him. After breaking through the golden steel gravel, the grey mist's transformation was like a phoenix's nirvana. It was gorgeous and dazzling, filled with the throbbing of life. His figure suddenly became blurry. His dim eyes were like the reflection of stars in a water shadow of nothingness, the light rippling slightly. That is life origin essence. Then I will accept it. The golden steel gravel was the size of a river's sand, quietly lying inside the bag. The dark grey color was extremely unremarkable. Tang Tian carefully picked one up and used his fingers to grind it. It was extremely sturdy, even stronger than black iron stones. It was Tang Tian's first time encountering such a situation. Suddenly, he was struck with inspiration. He thought of a method, laws. A foreign aura dispersed out, and an indescribable joy surged out from Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was startled, every single muscle in his body seemed to be cheering, filled with joy. For example, Tang Tian's body, his muscles were as strong as steel, his bones were comparable to star treasures, even the ability to produce blood and grow muscles was much stronger than saints. But such tempering was not limitless. When his body was tempered to near perfection, it would be difficult to improve, and that was determined by his life form. At that stage, to improve further, he could only rely on his life essence. The black law thread sliced through the gravel and struck the grey vortex. Tang Tian admired Ping Xiaoshan's ancestor. The law's grade was definitely not low, furthermore, its aura was extremely weak. If not for Tang Tian's finger congealing, Tang Tian would not have been able to sense it. Even now, with one end connected to Tang Tian's fingertip, its aura was something that Tang Tian could not completely grasp. On one hand, it was because its aura was extremely weak, and on the other hand, it was because its body could freely travel through space. With one end firmly connected to Tang Tian's fingertip, the other end of its body would suddenly disappear and reappear. One could imagine, if it were to travel in the air, its movements would be extremely strange, and would be extremely difficult to catch. That wisp of life essence could nourish his flesh and blood, but it couldn't immediately help them recover from fatigue. Tang Tian, who was in a terrible mood, turned to look at the piles of black ironstones in the warehouse. But the life essence in front of him allowed Tang Tian to see a glimmer of hope. To any living being, life essence was an extremely nourishing item. It could nourish the body and increase life force. Interesting. He first thought of spatial laws. The Ping family's stealth technique contained spatial laws, but it was just a branch of spatial laws. But, spatial laws that were hailed as one of the 3 fundamental laws, even if it was just a branch, it was still extremely powerful. But, even with his full strength, he was unable to do anything to a small golden steel gravel. The dense silver mist was extremely beautiful, but the transformation was not over. as bits of gold light blossomed from the silver mist. Not long later, the silver mist started to sparkle, as though the gold gravel was mixed in. The transparent gravel body was effortlessly sliced apart. The transformation was extremely fast, causing Tang Tian to be unable to take it in. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. In that moment, he was stunned. Normally, hard objects were usually heavy, but this object was as light as a feather. He placed the golden steel gravel in front of his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he could see it clearly. The golden steel gravel was actually transparent and colorless, but there was an extremely small gray whirlpool inside, causing it to look light gray. What caused Tang Tian to feel even more incredulous was that the small whirlpool was actually moving slowly. Then I will be leaving. 3 days later, the people from the silkworm workshop will come to collect the food. Xiao Yarrow smiled at Tang Tian. Chapter 710. Tang Tian facepalmed. I am truly stupid. Why did I want to complete that fist? I can try the incomplete version first. It will definitely not consume so much physical strength. The black ironstones were much tougher than he thought, but after witnessing the strength of the golden steel gravel, Tang Tian was not surprised. Luckily, the black ironstones were not so ridiculous that they required spatial law threads to separate. Mingzhu's face finally changed. She said coldly, "Young noble Lu is too complacent. This is Purple Cuckoo City, not Galloping Horse City." Tang Tian's physical strength was already depleted, and after thinking about it, he became even more tired, and unknowingly, he fainted again. It was a pity. Young noble only allowed him to bring half. The group of people left. Purple Cuckoo City does not only have one Qin family. Lu Ling Nan shook his head. If we go overboard, we might alarm the other families, and cause problems to arise. Tang Tian did not do that. Although he could use his muscles to simulate the vibrations, the efficiency was too low. He did not have much physical strength left, and if he were to simulate the minute collapsing fist, he would only be able to shatter a few black iron stones. The minute collapsing fist was a relatively low-level fist technique. It used true power to achieve high-frequency vibrations, and although Tang Tian did not have any true power in his body, it was not a problem for him. His body was extremely tyrannical, and could easily simulate the vibrations. She could not even stand properly. Without the protection of the Qin family, the Shui residence was like a piece of meat, where countless of wolves would pounce on them and devour them. The rhythmic snoring sounds could be heard even through the thick stone walls. Tai Xie was like a black shadow, quietly moving in the darkness, and quickly reached the walls of the Shui residence. The guards stationed in the shadows of the Shui residence were chatting softly, completely unaware that someone had passed through them. Tai Xie quickly found the location of the warehouse, and following the wall, he was like a shadow, moving forward without a sound. Mingzhu's body swayed, her face turning pale white. It was not only her, even Xiao Yarrow who was behind her had a change in expression. For the Lu family to enter Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin family would definitely be extremely cautious, but until now, not a single Qin family member had appeared. The smile on Lu Lingnan's face disappeared. He frowned, he put down the teacup and said expressionlessly, "Seems like Miss Mingzhu will not turn back until she hits the south wall." The Shui family is indeed not anyone's vassal, but without the big tree, how long can the Shui family last? He arrived outside the warehouse. All of Mingzhu's energy was sucked out, and she fell into the chair in a daze. As he recalled, Tang Tian immediately discovered that the countless deductions and transformations were flooding towards him like a tidal wave. There were countless variations in the fist technique, and each variation was a mark. From easy to difficult, from big to small, Tang Tian wanted to choose the most important transformation marks from the tens of thousands of transformation marks and integrate them into his fist technique. A cold sword will came out of nowhere and locked onto him. The cold edge of the sword went straight to the back of his neck. His face changed color as his soul flew out of his body. The warehouse door was tightly shut. He leaned against the wall, a little surprised. In the letter, Zhong Zhengyang Mai's tone was very gentle, but it revealed an unquestionable aura. Zhong Zhengyang Mai said that the Qin family and Lu family were the closest allies, and the alliance between them concerned the future of Purple Cuckoo City and Galloping Horse City. He thought that the Shui family would be able to develop better in the Lu family. He hoped that the Shui family would be able to see the bigger picture and move to Galloping Horse City. The Shui family was extremely important to the alliance. He said that if the Shui family met with any problems in the future, they could find the Qin family, and would definitely help. Ming Zhu's expression turned cold, and said indifferently, "My Shui family does not have the fortune to enjoy the big tree that is the Lu family. If the Lu family wants to buy the fabric, the market price will do. If it's anything else, please keep your mouth shut. Seems like Miss Ming Zhu will not give up until you see the coffin." Lu Lingnan sighed. He took out a letter from his bosom and flicked it, causing it to fly to Ming Zhu. "Miss Ming Zhu, why don't you take a look first? Tilda, there's someone snoring inside." Tilda, but following that, an unprecedented rage surged in her heart. Although the Shui family relied on the Qin family for protection, they were not their vassals, but Zhong Zhengyang Mai actually treated them like a vassal. Another subordinate said, "Do you want to light a fire?" He licked his lips, and extended his hand out to grab the golden steel threads. Upon walking out of the Shui residence, one of Lu Lingnan's subordinates asked, "Young master, what do we do?" He finally understood why his young master had his eyes on the Shui family. Luckily, his young master only wanted him to steal half of the golden steel threads. If not, with so many goods, even if they were to use carriages to pull them, who knew how many carriages would be needed to pull them all? But the Qin family's intention, to Tai Xie, was the best. Such a terrible defense was completely useless. The few ladies behind Ming Zhu all revealed looks of anger. They never thought that the Lu family would actually want to swallow up the Shui family, and they all looked at Lu Lingnan and his men in anger. Tang Tian calmed himself down. He was slowly reminiscing about the minute collapsing fist. "Haha, rumors say that Miss Ming Zhu is an unyielding character. From what I have seen, it seems to be true." Lu Lingnan's smile did not change, and said slowly, "The reason why we discussed with Miss Ming Zhu is because we respect Miss Ming Zhu's character. If not, with the Lu family's strength, if we wanted to take anything, what can't we do?" He thought about law. The sound of snoring was like thunder. The person guarding the warehouse was sleeping soundly, and was a very young man. When Ming Zhu saw the words to Miss Ming Zhu, her body swayed, her face without a trace of blood. She was extremely familiar with the handwriting. It was the Qin family's General Zhong Zhengyang Mai's handwriting. Zhong Zhengyang Mai controlled the internal affairs of the Qin family, and had many interactions with the Shui family. Hearing that, the few of them nodded their heads. Thinking about the unfathomable Qin family, Tai Xie's heart turned cold. Ming Zhu's face was pale white, but she raised her head, a look of stubbornness flashed past her eyes, and said, "The Shui family has never been anyone's subordinate. The fate of the Shui family will be decided by us. We do not need to trouble others." Ming Zhu opened the letter with trembling hands. Tai Xie's eyes flashed with a look of disdain. He quickly found the location of the golden steel threads. The golden steel threads were not easy to obtain, and the entire warehouse did not have more than 300 kilograms of golden steel threads. Tai Xie alone could easily bring them all away. The Qin family was never easy to get along with. His mouth curled into a sneer. He stood up. "We will visit again in a few days. Maybe Miss Ming Zhu will change her mind." Although it was not completed, but the might of the fist had already revealed its extraordinary might. Tang Tian believed that the might of the fist would definitely surpass all of the martial techniques and spirit techniques that he had seen so far. The other Lu family members all had arrogant expressions, their mouths revealing looks of disdain. The requirement for the size of the black ironstones was extremely strict, and Tang Tian could not help but think about the minute collapsing fist that he used to practice in the crushed stone field. In terms of shattering the stone, the minute collapsing fist was undoubtedly the most suitable method. "Miss Ming Zhu, what do you think?" Lu Lingnan laughed. He unrestrainedly admired Ming Zhu's beauty, a look of greed flashing past his eyes. "Tilda, I have long heard that the Shui family has a beauty, and it truly lives up to its name." Tilda, the last time when Tang Tian was in the state of enlightenment, the myriad of changes were like fleeting shadows that flashed past his mind effortlessly. But now that he was slowly deducing it, it became extremely dry and tedious, and extremely tiring. He suddenly thought about the fist that he was not able to complete, and his eyes lit up. "Tilda, that is a good choice." Tilda. Tang Tian immediately revealed a bitter smile. The fist that he was unable to complete was because he had exhausted all of his stamina. Now that he did not have much stamina left, he was unable to complete the fist. The smile on Lu Lingnan's face became even wider, as though he was a cat playing with a mouse. He raised his teacup and gently took a sip. That's right, this is Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin family's Purple Cuckoo City. But, Miss Mingzhu, have you ever thought about why the Qin family is not here when I have come to the Shui residence? Truly overestimating herself, we should let this arrogant woman wake up. A sinister look flashed past Lu Lingnan's eyes. He scoffed. Without the protection of the Qin family, what about the Shui family? I heard that the Shui family's warehouse is frequently robbed, and the Shui family is helpless. They do not even have this ability, and you still want to be stubborn? Tai Xie, go to the Shui family's warehouse tonight, and take half of the golden steel threads. The guards of the Shui family were truly riddled with holes. They were extremely weak, and their standards were extremely bad. Tai Xie thought for a moment and understood. Most likely, the Qin family had purposely left behind these omissions. The Qin family did not have the intention to pull the Shui family out of their predicament, and the more unstable the Shui family was, the more they relied on the Qin family. Actually, following our Lu family will only be better than the Qin family. Lu Lingnan's tongue was glib. The patriarch has already said, as long as the Shui family submits, they will be treated well. As the saying goes, it is good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. The Lu family is a big tree that will shelter the Shui family from the wind and rain. All of you just need to focus on raising the silkworms, and do not need to worry about anything else. It is so peaceful. He raised his head to look at the window, and once again transformed into a shadow. The shadow stuck close to the wall, and quietly crawled upwards. Following that, the shadow was like a strange liquid that flowed through the cracks of the window and seeped in. A look of disdain flashed past Tai Xie's eyes. Tilda, the Shui family has truly sunk to the bottom. Tilda, the guards were chatting, and he already felt that he was slacking off. Tilda, the guards of the warehouse are actually sleeping so soundly. I have never heard of such a thing before. Tilda. Tai Xie was a skinny man of about 40 years of age, with a gloomy expression. In the discussion hall, although it was deep into the night, the lights were still bright, the atmosphere was extremely tense, both sides were ready to fight. Recently, he had been using laws more, and had become more familiar with them. Tai Xie did not say a word. He turned and disappeared into the night. He did not have much power left in his body. Tilda, this is too much. Tilda, an indescribable despair pervaded Mingzhu's heart. She had never thought that the Qin family would give up on the Shui family. Suddenly, his arm froze in mid-air, his body became as stiff as steel, and he did not dare move. The goods piled up like a mountain in the warehouse made Tai Xie feel the wealth of the Shui family. Tang Tian did what he thought about, and carefully thought about the fist. At that time, his initial thought was to turn the complicated into simple, reverse the flow, and condense all the variations of the fist technique into one fist. Tang Tian did not panic. Since he had decided on the direction, he would start with the easy ones. When he was training with Bing, he had long learned how to handle such problems. He did not care about the black iron rock. He sat cross-legged and started to think. Tilda, what a big piece of meat. Tilda. Chapter 711. It's him. Zhong Zhengyang Mai nodded his head. I never thought that such a fierce person would be recruited by him. Lu Lingnan is truly extraordinary. In the depths of the Xin domain, there were still many places that no one dared to step into. The various families had been exiled to the Xin domain for the past few hundred years, and had only just stabilized their footing, and did not have the strength to go deeper into the barren lands. B-class infamous. Mingzhu's face changed. The person beside Lu Lingnan is Tai Xie. Shui Yang, who was in charge of gathering information, paled. She had been away from home for a long time, so her understanding of these matters far surpassed others. She suppressed the fear in her heart. Tai Xie has a notorious reputation. He has killed countless of people, and has always been a lone ranger. I never expected him to be recruited by Lu Lingnan. His a B-class infamous. The two of them no longer had any interest in chatting. Qin Zishan was already the most outstanding amongst the younger generation of the Qin clan, but compared to Lu Lingnan, the difference was extremely glaring. The other women exchanged glances with one another. The panic on their faces gradually dissipated. But this made him suffer even more. Lu Lingnan, on the other hand, calmed down. Once the other clans interfered, things would become complicated. They knew that their eldest sister was right. Once the Lu family knew the secret of the golden steel silkworm, they would no longer have any value. The Shui residents would be torn apart, and they would be sent to the hands of the Shui family disciples. Tai Xie's face revealed a sinister smile, Tilda seeking death. Tilda Han Bingning had become stronger. At this point, we can only rely on ourselves. Mingzhu regained her composure, her eyes flashed with flames. Even if we beg for mercy, they will not let us go. They will make us spit out all the secrets of the Vajra silkworm. At that time, we will have no value and will only become their playthings. Instead of being humiliated for nothing, why not fight to the death? He was extremely clear of Tai Xie's strength, and it was impossible for the Shui family to have a martial artist that could threaten Tai Xie. Who could it be? Could it be that other families had interfered? The other families in Purple Cuckoo City? Everyone in the Shui residence could not sleep at all. The lights were bright. Out of the 15 guards, only one had survived. Their ferocity was terrifying to the extreme. Qin Zishan's mind was blank, his face was a mix of green and white, his eyes were at a loss. As the son of an aristocratic family, he wasn't a good-for-nothing either. Naturally, he could see the pros and cons clearly. To be able to rise to the ranks of B-rank infamous men, they were all famous people, they could be found in every corner of the Xin domain, and no one dared to provoke them. A B-class infamous was already considered a top-notch expert. One should know that there were only 149 B-class infamous in total. Qin Zishan lowered his head and stood in front of Zhong Zhengyang Mai. He clenched his fists tightly. He never thought that his eldest uncle would actually hand over the Shui family to the Lu family. Thinking about young Miss Mingzhu falling into the hands of the Lu family, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and his eyes were about to split open. Zishan likes Miss Mingzhu, I know. Zhong Zhengyang Mai did not avoid the question, and spoke warmly. The Lu family is using 200 Null Division prisoners to exchange for the Shui family. Zishan, what do you think, should we do the exchange or not? Qin Zishan walked out of Zhong Zhengyang Mai's study in a daze, his expression was blank. He yawned and opened his drowsy eyes. He had slept very soundly and felt an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. Why did I fall asleep? Tang Tian scratched his head in confusion. But one thing was for sure, regardless of where the Null Division prisoners came from, to the various families of the Xin domain that lacked manpower, they were the best replenishment. Furthermore, their bodies were extremely outstanding, and as long as they were nurtured, they would become elites. Ever since Ghostface Mask shouted out the Ursa Major Null Division, all of the prisoners had a special name, the Null Division prisoners. All of the Null Division prisoners had outstanding physiques, and what was surprising was that they did not have any energy in their bodies. There were people who suspected that the Null Division prisoners were the real Xin domain people. If not, how could they not have any energy in their bodies? With the current market price of the Null Division prisoners, the price of 200 prisoners would definitely exceed the Shui family. 200 prisoners, as long as they were digested, it was enough to change the strength and position of a family. Outside the house, the old granny of the Shui family revealed a gratified smile when she heard the high morale of the ladies inside. He did not hesitate to use his life-saving consummate technique, his face revealing an abnormal flush of red. He shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the door of the warehouse. Although the 4 great generals did not have the surname Qin, but their positions in the Qin family were extremely high, and all of the disciples of the Qin family had to pay their respects to them. Suddenly, he saw a person from the corner of his eyes. Wrong information. Coincidentally, he walked to the window, and through it, he could see the Shui residence in the distance. The slightly dilapidated Shui residence seemed to be hiding a huge bloody mouth, ready to devour anyone. Tiger and wolf. A look of admiration flashed past Mu Zedi's eyes. He looks to be slippery, but in truth, he is arrogant and fierce, and has the disposition of an ambitious and ruthless person. The person beside him, is Tai Xie right? After waiting for another half an hour, Tai Xie was still nowhere to be seen. Lu Ling Nan could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth, his expression becoming more and more anxious. Even Qin Zishan himself was unable to reject such a deal. Tang Tian muttered in his heart, and slowly walked towards Tai Xie. Tilda, as long as I can escape from the warehouse. Tilda Zhong Zheng Yang Mai stood up and walked to him. He patted his shoulders and consoled him. Uncle knows, I owe you this time. Don't worry, no matter what, Uncle will find a great beauty for you. I heard that the Lu family has a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower, even more beautiful than pearls, and has a warm and gentle personality, good at understanding others, and is suitable for you, Zishan. After a period of time, she will come to our Qin family as a guest. Why not Zishan take a look, and see if you like her? If you like her, Uncle will go and talk to you. Seeing Qin Zishan's speechless expression, Zhong Zhengyang Mai's tone remained warm. From this deal, we have profited. Furthermore, the friendship of the Lu family is even more important to our Qin family. Once the Qin and Lu families form an alliance, it means that the Purple Cuckoo City and Galloping Horse City, the two big cities, will form an alliance, and we will be able to protect ourselves, even if the situation becomes chaotic. With Zishan's ability, I believe you can see the pros and cons of this. Tai Xie was surprised, but immediately became ecstatic. Tilda chants. Tilda, infamous Tai Xie, was a true savage. His hands were stained with blood, and he had killed countless people. In the Sin domain, there was no good or evil, only the strong and the weak, and the strong ruled. To be able to subdue such a savage like Tai Xie, it showed Lu Lingnan's strength. He exclaimed out loud, and turned his head. Below the 12 were the B-rank infamous. Big Sister. Shui Yang was shocked by Ming Zhu's decision. Big Sister is right, if they want to swallow us up, we will have to see if they have the ability to do so. Shui Yang replied. Young people should prioritize their career, how can they be so sentimental? Zhong Zheng Yang Mai said. He then changed the topic. Lu Lingnan, what do you think? In the Sin domain, the infamous were people who specialized in the underworld. They did not attach themselves to any aristocratic families, and were usually independent, ruthless, and merciless. Killing was second nature to them. Burning, killing and plundering, there was nothing they would not do. According to their strength and reputation, they were separated into A, B, C and D. There were only 12 A-rank infamous in the entire Sin domain, and they were at the top of the food chain in the entire Sin domain. Even the big families did not want to be enemies with them. We will recruit people. Ming Zhu said resolutely. We will take out all of our fabrics and golden steel threads, and recruit expert. No wonder Ming Zhu and the rest had a change in expression. There was once a B-rank infamous who coveted the wealth of the Shui family. If it wasn't for the Qin clan's General Wei Han personally coming out to scare this person away, the Shui residence would have already been destroyed. That experience was engraved in Ming Zhu and the rest's hearts. They saw with their own eyes that the expert they hired with a high salary was killed like a piece of paper in front of the B-class infamous. Now, the Shui family's guards were far weaker than they were back then. He never thought that the Lu family would actually be willing to exchange 200 Null Division prisoners for the Shui family. Lu Lingnan would definitely not let this matter rest. It was too easy for him to deal with the Shui clan. The faces of the others turned pale as well. Yeah. What should he do now? We will split up. Ming Zhu said solemnly. All of our valuables are just worldly possessions. As long as we can protect the Shui family and the secret of the golden steel silkworm, the Shui family can rise again. Tai Xie's entire body was drenched in perspiration. His body was extremely stiff, and he did not dare to move. He heard footsteps and guessed that the guard who had just fallen asleep had woken up, but he still didn't dare to make any movements. He had a strong premonition that if he made the slightest movement, he would be pierced by the sword. All of the Shui residence's fabrics and Vajra threads were extremely valuable. As for being arrogant and unruly, that was never a problem for them. Qin Zishan suddenly raised his head, his face was filled with shock, he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Tilda, the Shui family actually has such a terrifying expert. Tilda Zhong Zhengyang Mai looked at his nephew in front of him, and laughed. Tilda, he is still young. Tilda Ming Zhu bit her lips tightly, her lips were stained with blood, her heart was filled with despair. Just Tai Xie alone was enough to flatten the entire Shui residence. In the past, they could still rely on the Qin family's protection, but now, Qin family. The man stood in front of the golden steel threads, his body fixed like a statue. Tang Tian understood, the man was locked down by Han Bingning's sword concept, and did not dare to move. To be able to do that, it required at least the standard of the Qin family's 4 great generals. For the other families, it required at least the patriarch to make a move. Mu Ziyi walked out from behind the bookshelf, his face filled with emotions. At this time, he was extremely sure that something had happened. But as time passed, he opened his eyes, and his expression started to become uneasy. Why isn't Tai Xie back yet? It has already been 2 hours, and according to the time, Tai Xie should be back. We can go to the other families. The Qin family has silently allowed the Lu family to swallow us, but they will definitely not openly help the Lu family against us. Furthermore, we are Purple Cuckoo City's people, and the Qin family is openly helping outsiders to swallow our own family. What will the other families think? Xiao Yarrow, who had regained her calmness, her eyes lit up. A figure blocked in front of him. It was the guard who had fallen asleep. He had never thought that the place that he thought would never have an accident would actually have an accident. A pity, Zishan is still lacking. This time, it has been tough on Zishan. Tang Tian reacted, and was extremely happy. After being happy, he placed his attention on the thief. After waiting for another hour, the anxiousness on Lu Lingnan's face disappeared, and replacing it was an ashen green. There are so many thieves in this place. In the next second, the smile on his face froze. Just at that moment, the sword concept that was everywhere suddenly disappeared. Although the Shui family's fabrics were outstanding in defense, but in the Xin domain, there were other substitutes. Lu Lingnan returned to the inn and closed his eyes to rest. Inside the warehouse, Tang Tian, who had slept for 8 hours, finally woke up. Tai Xie did not return. He was either injured, restrained, or killed. Chapter 7:12. The dazzling light that caused Tai Xie's soul to fly once again appeared. Tang Tian had tasted the sweetness from Ping Xiaoshan the last time, and thus did the same to Tai Xie. But after understanding, flowing night, he was disappointed. It was not that the night laws were not sharp, in fact, its might was much stronger than the Ping family stealth techniques, but to him, it had a huge limitation. The Ping family's stealth techniques were a branch of spatial laws, and its potential was even greater, allowing for a wider range of deductions. This time, the envoy is Lu Lingnan, an outstanding figure of the Lu family. The Galloping Horse City's Lu family is a family even stronger than the Qin family. Lu Lingnan is truly capable to actually be able to recruit Tai Xie. Lu family? Tang Tian was slightly confused, but upon hearing the word work like a horse, his eyes lit up. He patted Tai Xie's shoulder and said loudly, "Good." His body made a strange turn in the air, and like an angry arrow, he shot towards the door once again. His movements were extremely smooth, as though he was making a feint when he pounced towards the window. It was not loud, but to Tai Xie's ears, it was like thunder. A black figure appeared in front of him without any warning, blocking the light. Quickly escape. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Tai Xie's speed did not decrease, but instead increased. He became a black figure, bouncing up and pouncing towards the window. The black arm shield shattered. Tai Xie was struck by a heavy blow, and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, without waiting for Tai Xie to dodge, another fist flew out. This lowly one surrenders. Tai Xie did not have any intention to fight. He knew that he had kicked a metal board, and to be able to escape with his life was already a blessing. The blood qi in his body was activated to its maximum. He could no longer care about the injuries to his body, and frantically activated his life-saving secret technique. Just at that moment, the conversation at the table beside him attracted his interest. In that moment, he made a decision. His mind was filled with only one word. The Shui family's warehouse actually had 2 strong martial artists. If it takes so much effort to deal with a silk thief, how can I fight with Ben Sen? Against a silk thief, 1 move should be enough. Although the silk thief in front of him was stronger than Ping Xiaoshan, but to Tang Tian, how good could a silk thief be? Of course, he had heard of Zhuo Sichu's notoriety. There were always 12 A-class savages, and all of them were powerhouses of the dark world. Tai Xie had actually obtained Zhuo Situ's inheritance. The Shui residence was in danger, but this fist caused Tai Xie's spirit to scatter. The vast aura was obviously able to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, but the air in the entire room seemed to have congealed. Not a single speck of dust flew up, not a single ripple was formed. The multicolored law threads crisscrossed and fused together. Who said that the Shui residents had no experts? Tang Tian was surprised. This guy was really slippery. He was obviously beaten into a sorry state, but he could always escape at the critical moment. The punch arrived. Using the diamond thread to tie people up was a bit of a waste, but it was definitely reliable. Surging blood energy rumbled through his body like lava. At this moment, his strength broke through the limits of the past. He was unprecedentedly powerful. However, he still didn't dare to hesitate. He frantically rushed towards the window. He had never seen such an illogical, strange, and terrifying punch. Seeing that Tang Tian's expression was not good, Tai Xie's heart sank, and immediately tried to flatter him. "Master, the Lu family will definitely not let this matter rest. We need to make preparations. This lowly one will follow Master from now on. As long as Master gives the order, I will be willing to go through fire and water, and do anything for you." The sword concept that enveloped him made him feel as though there was a blade on his back and a sword at his throat. Tai Xie did not dare to move. His face became as white as paper, his eyes sunk in, and his skin became withered. Tai Xie. Oh my God. Don't tell me it's the B-rank infamous Tai Xie. Bang. The beauty in front of him was the one that was saved by Ghost Face Mask, and Tai Xie even knew her name, Null Division Han Bingning. The opponent's strength was not something he could contend against. Thinking that Master Ghost Face Mask was still in the Shui residence, he immediately perked up his ears. Tang Tian brought Tai Xie to the front of the black ironstone, and removed the diamond threads on his body. Shatter them all, and do a good job. Just now, his black shield had shattered so easily, causing Tai Xie to feel despair. All of the law threads were not high grade, any one of them, or a few of them, were definitely unable to threaten his night shield. Tai Xie felt as though he was going crazy. He had never seen anyone who could produce over 100 law threads at the same time. The air in the warehouse suddenly froze. Tai Xie was dumbstruck. The bright law threads that were like multicolored lightning enveloped his fist, releasing a multicolored light aura. Galloping Horse City's Lu family. Shui residence. The young man in front of me is the Null Division Ghost Face Mask. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his fist was filled with power. An aura brimming with destruction surged out from his body like a storm. The fist that was covered with chaotic law threads smashed onto the black shield. I want to cry. This. This is the public enemy of the entire Sin domain. This is inhumane. Humph. Ghost Face Mask. Tai Xie immediately nodded his head. He was as docile as a sheep. He did not have any thoughts of escaping, not even a trace. When Han Bingning walked out from the corner, he was stunned, and suddenly thought about the news he had heard about the Purple Cuckoo City. A man wearing a ghost mask and carrying a blood flag had snatched a Null Division lady from Black Ben Senator before she left. The woman revealed her sword intent. Countless fist technique variations and imprints appeared in Tang Tian's mind. ZZZ, an even more astonishing number of law threads converged at an astonishing speed on Tang Tian's right fist. The unstoppable power caused Tai Xie to feel a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The experienced Tai Xie did not give up even in such a dangerous situation. He borrowed the power and retreated. He did not have any thoughts of fighting. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. None. 1. Heavy. 2. A pitch-black arm shield appeared on his crossed arms, blocking in front of him. Tang Tian was dissatisfied. The light that shone through the window was extremely adorable in his eyes. As long as he passed through it, he would be able to survive. For example, the spatial technique that Tang Tian had created from the Ping family's stealth techniques was extremely powerful. And following his deeper understanding of spatial laws, the room for improvement became even bigger. Run. He used the last bit of his blood to twist his body, and like an open flatbread, he pounced onto the ground. His four limbs were on the ground, and his face was buried deep into the ground. Over 100 different types of law threads, corroding at the same time. Who could block it? Who could? Many ants can bite an elephant to death. Many soldiers can kill a general, unreasonable, without technique, without tactics, without coordination, unreasonable, against the rules. His left leg took half a step forward, his waist slowly lowered, his left hand extended forward, his right hand clenched together, as though he was pulling a bow, he slowly moved backwards. The unhappy Tang Tian's expression became serious. He looked at Tai Xie, who was shooting towards the window, but did not have any intention of chasing. So Ping Xiaoshan was extremely cautious. Suddenly, the other party appeared out of thin air, and blocked in front of Tai Xie. His pupils constricted again. Tai Xie's pupils dilated, a dazzling light aura suddenly pierced through the darkness, and reflected the frozen smile on his face. When Ping Xiaoshan heard the words, flowing night, his wine cup trembled again. Tai Xie, who had lived on the edge of a knife for years, was extremely sensitive to the danger of death. On the surface of the black arm shield, there were many different colored law threads that formed a bewitching colored spiderweb. As usual, Ping Xiaoshan was drinking wine in the inn. His gaze was searching everywhere without anyone noticing. He remembered his mission, and knew that it was not easy to find out the exact location of the prisoners. This is flowing night. Tang Tian stared at Tai Xie, who was tied up like a palm, his face filled with disappointment. More importantly, none of them were the same. Tai Xie's eyes were red. Seeing that the window was just 2 m away from him, Tai Xie was ecstatic. As long as he could rush out, he had 10,000 ways to leave alive. Suddenly, his body froze. Tai Xie's face changed. Previously, when the air froze, it had already caused his heart to jump, but this time, it was even more thorough, and the air around him had become like glue. B-rank infamous man. Those 4 words caused Ping Xiaoshan's hand that was holding onto the wine cup to tremble. Han Bingning was naturally even more uninterested. Furthermore, Master's movements in the past 2 days were too big, the Mu'er family was covered in dust, and all the families were currently facing a great enemy. The news that he had obtained was extremely sensitive, and if he was not careful, he would attract the attention of all the families. Ping Xiaoshan knew his own weight. All the big families could casually extend a finger and crush him like an ant, and if he were to provoke them, he would definitely die. When Tai Xie understood, he almost cried. So Tang Tian was not interested in flowing night. That's him. B-rank infamous man, that is a truly ferocious man. Upon being recruited, he will definitely be a fearsome general. Before he was 30, he was not famous, but after that, he obtained the inheritance of flowing night, and his strength soared. Do you know about flowing night? That was the absolute technique of the A-rank infamous Suicide 2. It specializes in night laws, and is most suitable for assassinations in the night. The number of people that have died in Tai Xie's hands are countless. Tai Xie's heart turned cold. Tai Xie adjusted his state of mind, and immediately became obedient, allowing Tang Tian to tie him up, and without hiding anything, he handed over flowing night. His life was in someone else's hands. To play any tricks at such a time was courting death. The person who inquired for information should be hacked to pieces. He was able to snatch people from Black Ben Sen's hands. With such a person overseeing things, I actually foolishly entered. Hey, my heart feels stifled. Thinking about when he entered, the other party was actually sleeping soundly. His snoring was like thunder. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. You are so strong, but you are still pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Is there a need for that? Are you even giving us a way out? Tai Xie quivered, and immediately revealed a loyal and devoted smile on his face. At the moment of life and death, his survival instincts made him do one thing. He instinctively retracted his body and crossed his arms, blocking in front of him. Both of his arms revealed a strange black color, and black law threads emerged from his arms, rising and converging like mist. The shield of night appeared once again, barely blocking the attack. Tai Xie could not care about anything else. While spitting out blood, he forcefully twisted his body to escape, drawing an arc of blood mist in the air. A wise man submits to circumstances. Riches and honor depend on one's mood. If one is too powerful, they will definitely be subdued. There are no experts in the Shui family. To be able to be ranked as a B-ranked infamous person, Tai Xie's experience in battles was plentiful. and the number of people he had killed was something few could compare to. Light rays shone in from the window, shining on the black figure's back. Tai Xie only saw a human-shaped black figure in the light. The other party's expression was shrouded in the shadows, and he could not see anything. I am truly a joke. Go. 100 seeds. But there are over 100 of them. He had to be cautious. Chapter 7:13. But, how can I move them? The news spread like wildfire through the entire Purple Cuckoo City. A figure carrying a flag was strolling along the street. The laughable and ugly blood bear was fluttering in the wind. The young lady behind him was like an ice mountain. After finding the coolie, Tang Tian was finally free. The servant raised his head, wanting to say something but hesitated. Ben Sen was extremely confident in his heart. His gaze quickly shifted away from Ghost Face Mask and landed on Han Bingning, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. That's right. Being strong is the most important thing. Ghost. Ghost Face Mask is here. The servant's voice trembled. Ghost Face Mask is here. The Mua residence was brightly lit. She retracted her gaze, and silently followed behind Tang Tian. Ben Sen's question was also the question in many people's hearts. The Qin family was too strong, and even if it was just to arouse their disgust, it was enough to cause the majority of families to shrink back. Even Purple Cuckoo City's Diwu family did not want to be involved. Furthermore, the opponent this time was not just the Qin family, but also the Galloping Horse City's Lu family, a family that was even stronger than the Qin family. He opened his eyes, raised the blood bear flag, and without turning his head, he said, "Let's go." But a strange silence appeared at the end of the street. Following that, the silence was like a deadly poison, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Pa. He had long heard that the Null Division prisoners had astonishing talents, but Ben Sen did not think much of it, until he saw the change in Han Bingning. Did he truly believe that the rumors were true? Han Bingning retracted her gaze. She had sensed a trace of fighting intent coming from that direction. In her eyes, the fearless figure in front of her, how could he be disturbed by such a mess? The smile on Da Lin's face disappeared, and she asked unhappily, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Lu Ling Nan slowly regained his senses. He stared intently at the figure carrying the flag down the street. So terrifying. Ben Sen was startled. Everyone was startled. The battle was imminent, but Tang Tian's state of mind was extremely calm. The power in his body flowed quietly, the regiment of flames in his eyes blazing. Tai Xie was startled. Lu Ling Nan stared at the figure below, his heart filled with battle intent. Just at that moment, the Ice Mountain beauty who was following behind Ghostface Mask raised her head and looked back, their gazes clashing in the air. He had a 100% chance of winning. No matter how much money Ming Zhu offered, she was unable to move them. Although the godly fist had not been perfected, it had already taken shape. Tang Tian wanted to give this fist a name. Since it was created by the godlike young man, of course, it should be called Godly Fist. Ben Sen's voice was powerful and resonated out. Ben Sen stepped onto the tower of the castle, and looked down at the streets, at the ghost face mask who was carrying the flag. Killing intent surged in his heart. Under the countless gazes, Ghost Face Mask stopped. He casually placed the blood bear black flag by his feet. He raised his head without fear, facing Ben Sen's sharp gaze. He shouted loudly, "I want to defeat you." Everyone had thought of thousands of reasons, but no one had thought that it would be this reason. In the darkness of the Purple Cuckoo City, all of the mansions lit up one after another. Figures soared into the sky. They rode the night wind. They swept through the sky, coming from all directions like a tide. In the gigantic Purple Cuckoo City, the people flowed like a tide, following closely behind the wantonly blood bear black flag. What's the point of Ghost Face Mask finding trouble with the Mua family? What's his goal? Da Lin's face darkened. If you have something to say, say it. The darkness in front of him was similar to their situation. His sharp eyes could still see the specks of dust floating in the darkness. He slowly closed his eyes and listened to his own breathing, as though he was listening to the voice in his heart. The night wind blew, the blood flag fluttered in the quiet streets, wantonly extending out. Two figures, one in front and one behind, quietly walked forward. Truly arrogant. Everyone was filled with curiosity. Tilda, what is Ghost Face Mask trying to do this time? Tilda Ben Sen had absolute confidence. In the previous battle, he had already grasped Ghost Face Mask's strength. If he was not familiar with him, it would be easy for him to be exhausted by Ghost Face Mask's endless methods. But once he was familiar with him, Ghost Face Mask's weakness, in Ben Sen's eyes, was infinitely magnified. He had already decided to kill Ghost Face Mask today. Time seemed to have stopped. The bustling street suddenly stopped. The shop assistant who was initially hawking his wares had his mouth wide open, but no sound came out. All of the customers who were initially enthusiastic swept their gazes, and immediately became silent. That's right, I've never seen him before. Pa. In her eyes, no one in the entire Sin domain had the qualifications to be enemies with Tang Tian. Ben Sen, who had been standing behind Da Lin with his hands by his side, suddenly opened his eyes filled with killing intent. He snorted, "You really think our Mu'er family is a market? You think you can come and go as you please? Young miss, please accompany young Miss Mingzhu here, this subordinate will be back soon." They had already lost their bravery, they had already accepted their fate, they had already lost their bravery. You could say that he was stupid, arrogant, or overestimating himself. But every time he appeared, he would release a boundless light aura, and no one could ignore his existence. Previously, when Ghost Face Mask snatched Han Bingning from his hands, it had already caused Ben Sen to lose all his face, and for him to actually come here again, it was a naked humiliation to the Mu'er family. Tilda, not only must I win this time, I must win beautifully. Tilda, I better go and gather information. That will be safer. Tilda, Ghost Face Mask, truly an interesting fellow, who knows, maybe we will have the chance to fight in the future. Tilda, Ghost Face Mask, truly an arrogant fellow, to actually not place Purple Cuckoo City in his eyes at all. Tilda, although he knew that his actions were extremely stupid, but for some reason, Lu Lingnan's heart was stirred. All the schemes, the rules, the scruples, to the arrogant man below, were like floating clouds. Suddenly, a servant rushed in anxiously, his face filled with panic. Tilda, if I can recruit this lady into my family. Tilda. Han Bingning followed behind him. When Tang Tian's footsteps stepped onto the West Street, the people who heard the news immediately went into an uproar. Tai Xie looked at the door blankly. In the night, similar discussions and sighs could be heard in every corner of Purple Cuckoo City. But very quickly, Ben Sen knew that his thoughts were not realistic. Seeing Han Bingning, he knew that she was dead set on Ghost Face Mask. Mingzhu was extremely anxious. In truth, she also knew that the predicament they were in, as long as they could obtain support, they would be able to break out of it. After all, the Lu family were outsiders, and the Qin family was unable to do anything overboard. In the blink of an eye, the street was empty. When Ben Sen heard that Ghost Face Mask was here, he was furious, but he quickly calmed down, and felt that there was something fishy about it. Tilda, it doesn't make sense, there aren't any Null Division prisoners in my residence, and Ben Sen believed that Ghost Face Mask also knows of the disparity in strength between them, and the previous trick will not work again. Tilda, only the clear sound of footsteps could be heard. But in the next moment, the silent street suddenly exploded. When Ping Xiaoshan rushed back to report the news, he saw Tai Xie, who was coughing blood and smashing stones, and immediately felt miserable. To think that a B-class fierce person who possessed such a shocking inheritance like Flowing Night would be reduced to such a state. Ping Xiaoshan, who had a rigid expression, rushed over and left in a hurry. The small door glowed with light. A young man holding a flag walked forward silently. The silent and ugly Ghost Face Mask revealed an imposing aura. His high-spirited figure carried an indescribable arrogance and stubbornness as he walked against the light. Ben Sen threw away all his distracting thoughts. He looked down and bellowed, "Ghost Face Mask, you have already snatched the person, why are you attacking us?" He did not care much about the young miss buying Han Bingning. To him, it was fine as long as the young miss was happy. But after not seeing him for a few days, Han Bingning's aura had actually become much stronger than before. Tilda, Ghost Face Mask dares to make an entire city his enemy. How can I not dare to make an entire residence my enemy? Tilda, all of their faces revealed an indescribable excitement. Lu Lingnan, who was staying at the top of the inn, heard the screams outside, and immediately walked to the window. coincidentally witnessing the scene. He was extremely shocked. On the way, he had heard about Ghost Face Mask, but did not think much of it. But after witnessing the scene, he then understood that Ghost Face Mask had left a deep impression on the city. When Ghost Face Mask appeared for the first time, it could be said to be unexpected. But, at the heart of the storm, the Ghost Face Mask still appeared. Just this aura alone was enough to cause people to be subdued. Mingzhu did not know either. She had gone to the Shu family, the Roland family, the Thiopiate family, but was met with a wall. Every family did not reject him, but instead would treat him warmly. Their words were more beautiful than the last, but no one was willing to lend a helping hand. But the arrogance of seeing his opponent as worthless grass truly made people's blood boil. Lu Ling Nan clenched his fists tightly. Compared to Ghost Face Mask, Tai Xie's ferocious name was insignificant. Lu Ling Nan had completely recovered from the setback of Tai Xie's disappearance. So what if the Shui family has any strong martial artists? Who am I, Lu Ling Nan, inferior to? Mingzhu and Da Lin stopped at the same time. With that, Ben Sen disappeared. Lu Ling Nan only felt a cold sword concept pressing on his forehead, causing him to quiver, as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. The boiling blood in his body suddenly became bone-piercing cold. In the night, Purple Cuckoo City's main road was as bright as day. The various shops on both sides were brightly lit. Purple Cuckoo City's nightlife was extremely rich. In truth, it was not only Purple Cuckoo City, the entire Cindermain's nightlife was extremely lively. All of the aristocratic families that were exiled continued their most familiar lifestyles. The bitter and cruel life, the declining glory and glorious memories caused people to feel even more pain. Countless people indulged in getting drunk late at night, trying to use alcohol to forget their worries. That's right, arrogance. He wore the Ghost Face Mask and took out the Blood Bear flag, his aura soaring high. So arrogant. So reckless. So fearless. Han Bingning silently held onto her sword and stood behind her. The sword was something that she took out from the warehouse. It was not of good quality, but it could be used. Lu Ling Nan never thought that witnessing Ghost Face Mask's reckless rampage would actually allow his mental state to break through a bottleneck. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Ling Nan wanted to laugh out loud. Even the originally warm light seemed to emit a bone-piercing chill at this moment. Everyone, I won't make you wait for long. After 2 seconds of silence, there was an uproar. The sound waves that reached the sky exploded out. Lu Ling Nan's face revealed a look of shock. In the darkness, the Ghost Face Mask was sinister, the Blood Bear flag was silent. Mingzhu looked at Da Lin in front of her, and sighed in her heart. Da Lin's smile was perfect and flawless, filled with friendliness, but Mingzhu knew that the other party was just restraining herself. With the initial mastery of the God Fist, Tang Tian was bursting with confidence. At this time, if I don't challenge Black Ben Sen, how can I face myself? The entire street had sunk into a dead silence. Hysterical screams, the sound of wine cups falling to the ground, panicked footsteps, tables and chairs falling to the ground, the entire scene was in chaos. Everyone frantically turned and ran, and the customers that faced the street tried their best to hide. In the past, at this time, the street would be bustling with people.